Boy hits a drive into center field. Home run, Troy Moss.
Oh, just another Halo victory.
This is Angels warm-up. Get into the game with the latest news from your Anaheim Angels and Major League Baseball.
Here's the pitch. A ground ball to short. Eckstein to Gill. Gill to Spezio, and they've done it again.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and welcome the voices of your Anaheim Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We are live at Pac-Bell Park in San Francisco. Happy to have you with us, everybody. Rory Marcus along with Terry Smith. Game 5 of the World Series today. The Angels and the Giants will play this one and then head back to Anaheim for Game 6. But the Game 1 starters scheduled to go today. Jason Schmidt for the San Francisco Giants. Jarrod Washburn for the Anaheim Angels. Obviously sold out to Pac-Bell Park today. And a very important Game 5 between these two clubs. It's been a very close World Series so far. The Angels have won the middle 2 games. They won games 2 and 3. The Giants took games 1 and 4. Both of the Giant victories have been 4-3 games, and 3 of the 4 games have been one-run contests. The only one that was not, the Angels won game 3, 10-4. Angels hope to get the bats going again today. They were shut out after the 3rd inning last night as they lost the ball game 4-3. Scott Spezio has had a great year with the Angels this year. His father, Ed Spezio, participated in 3 World Series himself, and he is here watching his son play. We're going to visit with Ed Spezio when we come back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Wow, it's a perfect weekend, and you're spending the day in the driveway under your car. Well, knowing you, it's been exactly 3,000 miles since you did the last oil change on that baby. Glad to see you care enough to use Chevron Supreme Multi-Grade Motor Oil. Its anti-wear formula reduces the heat and friction that can damage the engine, and it's formulated with Isosyn base oil for extra oxidation protection. What a combination. You, your car, Chevron Supreme Motor Oil, and a ball game on the radio.
Print a picture with any Epson Stylus photo printer. And thanks to incredible DPI, you'll get extraordinary detail like this. Thanks to superior 6-color photo inks, you'll also get the widest range of true color like this. Now, put it all together and you'll get this. Picture worth 1,000 words. That's yours for just a few notes. Around $99.
Only Epson prints borderless 4x6, 5x7, and 8x10 ready-to-frame photos. See a demo at your nearest retailer and enter the Epson Image Matters sweepstakes. You could win a Caribbean cruise and more. For a demo schedule and sweepstakes rules, visit Epson.com/win.
Sure, there's a lot of talk out there, but Phil Donahue makes you think. Donahue, weeknights, 8/7 Central on MSNBC. This month, Republican Senator Orrin Hatch on why he thinks we should go to war in Iraq. Plus, controversial filmmaker Michael Moore in a live town hall meeting.
Encouraging folks to think for themselves.
And actress Gina Davis on her new crusade for women's rights. When you think newsmakers, think Donahue. Weeknights, 8/7 Central on America's News Channel, MSNBC.
Hi, it's Gil Gross. Mornings right here 5 to 9, and you're listening to the Angels on KLAC. Welcome back to the special World Series edition of Down in the Dugout. I'm Rory Marcus, chatting with former Major Leaguer Ed Spezio, obviously Scott Spezio's father. I saw you out here playing catch with Scott, just like the old days today, huh?
Yeah, that was a wonderful feeling, to get back on the field and toss the ball around with my son. And it's hard to believe, it's the World Series. And I really get it brought home to me when his friends come that came all the way from Little League, all the way through this with him. And they get wrapped up in the emotion of winning. And all of a sudden you see tears come out of their eyes. And they look at you and go, I just didn't mean to do that. I don't know what came over me. it's hard to believe until you see something like that, how much it means to all of his friends that come in. They're on the field with him, and so am I.
What about you, Ed? You're almost getting choked up talking about it. It must be something maybe even too special to put into words.
It is too special to put into words. You can't believe it's happening. Tonight, he and I were supposed to be honored at a college banquet. This was finished up in August, and just before we got off the telephone, my wife mentioned to the fellow who was hosting it, well, you know, if they get in the World Series, of course, they won't be there, ha, 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 ha.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, God, we got a big chuckle out of that.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, here we are. We're supposed to be at that tonight, and he's in the middle of the World Series, fifth game. It's like, my God, it happened. You can't believe it. It's a dream, and it's here. It's reality.
Is that how you felt the first time you saw Scott in a Major League uniform?
Yeah. I had just been up in Canada for 2 weeks to see him. I just got home. And his high school coach, who was here the other day, both of his high school coaches were here in Anaheim. And he said, you know, we got to go see him. He's been called up. I said, God, I just got back. I watched him for 2 weeks. He said, yeah, but this is the Major Leagues. We're going. And I said, you know, how are we going to get there?
Where did you have to go?
We had to go to Cleveland. Okay. He said, if we have to hire our own plane, we're going. So he got on the phone. He started making all the calls. We jumped on the plane. It was raining like crazy. And we know, we're not going to make it. Well, as it turned out, because it rained so hard, the game got called. The next day they had a doubleheader. We were there. We got to see his first base hit with the line drive double. And we both looked at each other and went, wow, this is unreal. You know, it's a long way from the time he's 3 to the time you get to the Major League. And it's another 2 or 3 steps to the World Series. So, I mean, all of this is just unbelievable to me.
He has told us, Ed, how you would practice with him, and your wife, too. He would turn double plays with your wife.
Yeah, he became a priority in our life. My 2 daughters were tennis players. We worked at 5:30 in the morning before school a lot. Debbie became the number 1 tennis player at her college. My other daughter, Susie, was extremely good, went into architecture and gave up tennis. And then after them, Scott, of course, was the youngest. And then I started to give him all the time that he needed for baseball. He was my priority. I saw that he loved it. I thought he had the ability. And I figured that I would put in the time with him as a dedication to my father. My father spent so much time with me. He's the one that started all of this. He's the one that had the belief that I could make the Major League. No one believed it. No one. And he said, it's going to happen. He's going to do it. And it happened for me. And he gave me the idea, you know, that it could happen. And as a tribute to him, I worked with my son. And he loved it. And I just stayed with it. And all of a sudden, I looked up, and there he was. And the only shame of it all is that my father isn't here to see it. My mother is. But every time something happens, I look at her, and she looks at me, and we know.
Right. I can tell you this, Ed, baseball player or not, Scott's one of the greatest guys that we've met. He's always a gentleman. He's always friendly, and everybody enjoys being around Scott Spezia.
Well, thank you very much for that compliment. Everybody, you can't believe the people who come to stop in my store just to tell me that. They'll come out of their way just to say, hey, is there anyone here that knows Scott? And I say, yeah, I'm his father. And they'll just go on and rave about what a nice kid he is. Here he is, you know, just turned 30, and I look at him, I just called him the kid the other day, you know. I guess that's always the way it'll be with your children, but he is really by far a better person than he is a ball player, and he's a great ball player.
You're exactly right. Ed, you appeared in, 3 World Series yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, I was in 64, 7, and 8, got the pinch hit in 2 of them.
You were with the Cardinals.
All with the Cardinals. We had a dynasty. Oh, God, the players we had, I could just go on and on. They're Hall of Famers. They're all-star infield from Boyer to Maris to Cepedas. I mean, to Brock, Flood, Javier, Gibson, go on and on and on. McCarver up in the booth now. I mean, it's just, and then there was Euchre, and he was the funniest of all.
So that's a classic time in baseball when people think about your World Series against the Tigers and, moments like that. They honored the 10 memorable moments here last night. I didn't agree with the order, but I'll tell you, you guys bring back an era of baseball that is lost somehow.
That was so wonderful to see that last night. And also the All-Star game when Ted Williams was being honored. One of the greatest moments on TV I had ever seen in my life. That was a special era. And to see Mays and McCovey and Marichal in Cepeda yesterday, what a thrill. Those are the guys I played with. Aaron. I mean, how do you get any better? When I think of them, I think of Mantle, and Maris. You go on and on and on. And Gibson, probably the greatest pitcher of all time.
Roger Maris was an interesting guy. And what was he like by the time, at the time he was with you with the Cardinals?
He really stayed to himself. He was a very quiet, beautiful guy, a great everybody says, a great family man. He really was. He's just a pleasure to be around. And me being a rookie, I didn't get to know him that well. I wish I could have, because he seemed to be just a fabulous person. He could do it all on the baseball field. I don't think he got the credit he deserved for being an all-around player. He was an all-around player. He could run the bases with anybody, and he could play with anybody. And he had one of the most accurate arms in baseball, too.
Ed, I have to ask you how you enjoy Scott's musical talent.
Well, you heard Tony Bennett here last night, didn't you? The night before. That's my type of singer. Tony Bennett, Frank Sinatra, Streisand. When I go to Vegas, that's who I go see. Right. Jack Jones, I saw him a month ago. Fabulous. Where Scott even got the idea of singing, I will never know. I had music lessons all my life. Played in a jazz band, played the accordion. Loved it. Played my way through college. Never gave Scott a lesson because I didn't think he was interested. The daughters were. My daughter Susie was. But all of a sudden, I'm seeing Scott with these records. He was in there, all this rock stuff. I had no idea what this stuff was. And then I heard it. And it's like, oh my God. But I mean, this is, I guess, the music of today. And probably when I was growing up, people went, oh, those pop singers, what happened to the opera, So I guess life continues to move on, and people, his age seem to love what he does, and he's become much better at what he does. I know I couldn't do it. I wouldn't have a chance in heck of doing anything like that.
Ed, what are you doing now?
I own a furniture store. I have since I joined the White Sox in 1972. We opened up the store with most of the White Sox players, and I've been there ever since.
Well, that sounds good. It's just nice to see you out here with Scott. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you for the visit.
Oh, I enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you.
All right. Ed Spezio down in the dugout on AM 570 KLAC and the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new that's big on taste and isn't downright boring. Hey, get on the phone, call Domino's. It'll do the trick for sure. Your buffalo chicken kickers delivered to your door. Right to your door, man. Tender white meat chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces, in no time they'll be gone. Like the father of our country, I cannot tell a lie. New buffalo chicken kickers, they're begging them to try. Give them a try.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now, when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of Cinesticks free. Add Buffalo Chicken Kickers for $5.99.
New buffalo chicken kickers, yum. Good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. Babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
Hit the door. It's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
If you listen close, you can almost hear the hammers as the folks at the Home Depot keep driving down the cost of home improvement. You'll find lower prices all over the store. Sometimes it means we got a special buy. Other times it means we were able to buy smarter and make an everyday low price even lower. So look for the hammer symbol. It means that at the Home Depot, we've got lower prices nailed. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
while you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the roar of the crowd and the sound of that. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels make of the postseason, they're selling their classic bratwurst for just 99 cents. Topped with grilled onions and mustard, only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels.
Hi, this is Rick Dees in the morning from 102.7 KISS FM, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pac Bell Park. It's Game 5 of the World Series, and joining us is Angels Vice President and General Manager Bill Stoneman. And Bill, this series now tied up at 2 games apiece. It, in effect, becomes a best-of-3 series right now, and I guess maybe even everything gets magnified even a little bit more.
Well, it does. You got a couple of scrappy teams here, and maybe this was somewhat predictable that it would come down to the final 3. But you got 2 pretty good teams, both of them scrappers, similar clubs, and 2 pretty good pitchers going tonight.
Do you sense with it a 3-game series? Is there maybe more of a sense of urgency managing these last 3 games?
Well, I don't know. We've all year gone one at a time, and Mike and all the coaches and players have really done a good job at that. So they're focused on tonight's game, and no matter what happens, we know we got to play at least one more game, and we're going to come out for tomorrow night's game, but not tomorrow, but Saturday. But right now, really, the focus is on tonight's game.
Now, you kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, but with the series tied up at 2 games apiece right now, it seems like both of these clubs already in the first 4 games have shown to the other team how they can come back.
Well, that's right, and both of them have done it all year, so there shouldn't really be a surprise here. This has really been a good series. Some close games, 3 of them are 1-run ball games. That makes for good baseball and a good fan series, I think.
Got to ask you, have you ever seen anything like what's going on with Barry Bonds, not only during the regular season, but, of course, here in the postseason as well? Have you ever seen anything like this, the way teams are pretty much forced to pitch around him?
Well, when one guy really stands out, like Barry does, and Barry'd stand out in anybody's lineup. It doesn't just have to be the Giants lineup, but when one guy stands out and can beat you with one swing of the bat, you think twice about pitching to him. And then when you do pitch to him, usually it's when he can't beat you or when you just can't avoid him.
Being a former pitcher, this is known as a pitcher's friendly ballpark. You have the wind blowing in off the bay out there in right field. Is this a park that if you are pitching, you kind of think in the back of your mind, maybe I can get away with a few mistakes?
Well, you never like to make mistakes, and really down the right field line here, it's fairly short. It goes out pretty quickly, but if a left-handed hitter gets one up down the right field line, he can get out of here pretty quick. I'm not sure that you really think that much of the park, and alter your style to pitch a particular ball game. The one thing you don't want to do in any ballpark really is to give things away. You don't want to have too many walks, that sort of stuff, and give the other club opportunities. You want them to earn their opportunities.
How pivotal is tonight's game with the series tied up at 2 games apiece? The loser tonight obviously faces elimination come Saturday.
Well, I mean, it's an important game because really there are only potentially 3 games left, maybe only 2. So it's important, but really it's still just one game. It isn't the final game, but it is important. Both of us are going to be scrapping for the game and see what we can do and get an edge maybe on the series when it comes back to Anaheim.
Chatting with Bill Stoneman here before Game 5 of the World Series, and you mentioned Anaheim. I have to ask you, how impressed have you been by what is happening back there as far as the fan response and the atmosphere at Edison Field?
Well, you can't say enough about it. The fans are fabulous. They're just fabulous, and they're really part of us. The players all feel that the fans are really part of us, and all of us in the office do too. We're so proud of them and glad that they are part of it.
Have you been caught by surprise at all with everyone wearing the red out to the ballpark? It's obviously become an in thing to do.
Well, I'm glad it's caught on, and delighted to see it. I mean, we see it around the city too.
you just go out shopping in Anaheim or anywhere nearby, and you see a lot of that red. So it's really neat. It's baseball can be an emotional game, and we ride emotions, and when the fans really get behind you, it certainly helps lift you, and they do become an important factor for us.
So, kind of digressing here a little bit, you've seen here, not only in San Francisco, but also Anaheim, the attention that the World Series receives internationally. And do you think there's a time maybe in the near future where we might see some professional baseball played globally to some degree where the games actually mean something?
Well, certainly year by year, not just the World Series, but also in-season games have taken on more importance internationally, particularly now in Japan with so many of the Japanese players over here now. We now have Australian players playing over here. We've got some of them coming up in our minor league system who are probably going to be pretty good players, and other clubs have guys from faraway places too. So as that happens, and there are a lot of foreigners now playing Major League Baseball and playing in the minor leagues, this is going to become very much an international game where, who knows, maybe we're going to be playing games, maybe there are going to be teams that are located internationally. You really don't know, but it's become a small world with the way communications are nowadays, and I can see that happen.
How much have you seen the emphasis on scouting shift globally in the last few years?
Well, all clubs now have taken a look outside U.S. borders or North American borders for players, and initially it was pretty much in the Caribbean countries, maybe down in Venezuela a little bit, but now, as I mentioned earlier, we are over in Australia, we are in Japan, there are players being signed even out of China, and South Korea is a hotbed for baseball, and it's all over. So Europe's starting to pay some attention to this sport, and they're playing more baseball over there, so it's really becoming big.
Got to ask you in closing, back to Game 5 of the World Series tonight. It's a rematch of Game 1, Jarrod Washburn against Jason Schmidt. San Francisco won that game at Edison Field 4-3. Both pitchers gave up some home runs in that ball game. You think we're going to see a better Jarrod Washburn tonight?
Well, I suspect 7 runs might be more than the total that's scored tonight. We've got 2 very, very good pitchers going tonight. This might become a real pitcher's duel, and I think Jarrod will be on his game. I know he's up for it, but Schmidt's a good one too. So, we could be in for another dogfight and probably another 1-run ball game.
Bill, appreciate the visit, and we'll see you back in Anaheim.
Thanks, Terry.
Bill Stoneman, our guest, Angels Vice President and General Manager, and we'll continue with more in just a moment from Pac Bell Park on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Hello?
Hi, is this the North Point Oceanographic Institute?
Yes, it is.
And do you have shrimp there?
Yes, the Institute has several species of shrimp.
Okay, well, how much would you say 30 of your shrimp cost?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now, at Red Lobster, you can get 30 delicious shrimp for $9.99. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix and match a whole plate full of savory scampi, shrimp pasta, and golden fried shrimp. Do you have anything like that at the Institute?
No.
30 scrumptious shrimp for $9.99. Now at Red Lobster.
Oh, this pitcher's giving me heartburn. Call the bullpen.
Sure, Coach. Who do you want?
Our best reliever.
You mean?
The one with great taste.
You mean?
I mean extra-strength Rolaids. A recent taste test proves Rolaids has a taste even Tums can't beat. Here, try one.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah, and Rolaids neutralizes 21% more stomach acid than Tums EX. Call 1-800-ROLAIDS for a free sample.
Okay, but who's going to call the bullpen?
You.
Use as directed. Lab tests may not correlate with symptom relief.
If your department's productivity is slower than a slug in a glue pot, and every Tom, Dick, and Mary in your company needs everything 5 minutes ago, maybe it's time you checked out Rico. Rico's high-volume Officio 1075 printer copier scans, copies, and prints at a blinding 75 pages per minute, so you can share documents with the most people in the least time and jolt productivity into overdrive. Rico, high volume. Rico, dependable,
It was love at first sight. I couldn't take my eyes off her.
I said to myself, now this is the one for me.
When something's this right, you do whatever it takes.
Next thing you know, I'm canceling my dream vacation.
And forget about those season tickets.
But it was definitely worth it.
I'll never forget the first time I drove her home.
You put a lot into getting your car. Now spend a little more to protect it. Insist on Syntec Motor Oil by Castrol. Its patented technology provides ultimate protection for your engine. Syntec by Castrol. It's the most important thing you can do for your car.
Hi, this is Karen Sharp from Love Point on the Coast and Coast 103.5, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
And welcome back, everybody, to Pac Bell Park as we are getting closer to Game 5 of this 2002 World Series. Time to tell you about the starting pitchers for Game 5 of the World Series. On the hill for the Giants tonight, they will be sending their Game 1 starter back to the mound, Jason Schmidt, 29-year-old right-hander, 6'5", 205 pounds. So far in the postseason, Schmidt has a record of 2 wins and 1 loss. His earned run average in postseason play is 3.86. And during the regular season, he fashioned a record of 13-8 for San Francisco. His ERA was solid at 3.45. He allowed only 148 hits and 185 1/3 innings. Opposing batters batted just .218 against Jason Schmidt during the regular season. That was the 4th lowest batting average recorded by an NL starting pitcher. Schmidt is a fastball pitcher. You get a lot of hard stuff from him. That fastball will top out at about 97 miles per hour. He also has a good hard slider. He'll throw a curve and changeup as well. Of course, he pitched against the Angels in the opening game of the World Series, and that was a game that the Giants won 4-3. In that game, he went 5 2/3 innings, came away with the victory, and he gave up 9 hits and 3 runs all earned, walking 1, striking out 6, and giving up a pair of home runs, the 2 homers that he allowed in Game 1 of the World Series, both coming off the bat of Angels third baseman Troy Glaus. So Schmidt, who in his major league career has 69 wins and 62 losses, ERA of 4.33, will be getting the baseball once again tonight as he works here in Game 5 of the World Series. Angels bench coach Joe Madden has this look at Giants starting pitcher Jason Schmidt.
Schmidt, 4-pitch pitcher, basically fastball, curveball, slider, change. His fastball, he could run up there in the mid to high 90s on occasion. He's got a very powerful arm. He will cut the ball, and he'll two-seam the fastball. Cutting in, it'll come into a lefty or away from a righty. And obviously the two-seamer is more of a sink-type pitch where the velocity will be less. He has a good hard slider also, like I mentioned, the changeup. The thing with this guy, I think it's going to be important for us, is to obviously get some base runners and then hopefully take advantage of him on the bases a little bit, because he's one of the guys that can be somewhat slower to the plate, so that presents that opportunity for us. But I think with this fella, this is just my gut. I mean, I think we got to get after him early. Do not allow him to settle into the game. I think once he settles into the game, he becomes increasingly more difficult. But he's a 4-pitch pitcher with a power arm.
So there you have the scouting report on Schmidt from Angels bench coach Joe Madden. he will be opposed by Angels ace left-hander Jarrod Washburn, an 18-game winner during the regular season. 18-6 record. ERA was 3.15. Opposing batters hit just .235 against Jarrod, the 28-year-old lefty, 6'1", 187 pounds. He's made 4 starts in the postseason, has a 1-1 record in those 4 starts. ERA is 3.65. He was on the losing end of Game 1 of the World Series at Edison Field as he went 5 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits and 4 runs. They were all earned. He gave up home runs to Barry Bonds, Reggie Sanders, and J.T. Snow in that ball game. He walked a couple, struck out 5 in that 4-3 loss. As far as Jarrod Washburn, he will be looking to get back on the winning track. The Angels certainly hoping that he has his A game ready. This is a lot better pitcher's park. It's the toughest park in all of Major League Baseball to hit home runs at. They had the fewest number of home runs hit here at this ballpark this season. That's despite having Barry Bonds, of course, play half of his games here at this stadium. And Jarrod Washburn says pitching at a pitcher's park like Pac Bell Park makes really no difference to him. Well, we'll hear from Jarrod Washburn in just a moment as he comments more about pitching here at Pac Bell Park. Washburn, again, 1-1 in the postseason for the Angels. His ERA is 3.
I think as they were.
His ERA is 3.65. So the Angels going with the rematch of Washburn opposing the right-hander Jason Schmidt. Earlier today, Angels manager Mike Scioscia held his daily pregame press conference right here at Pac Bell Park.
We might as well ask you the ultimate Barry question. If Kent had walked in the first inning last night, would you have considered walking Barry intentionally with the bases loaded? And can you see a scenario later in this series where you might walk him with the bases loaded?
You know, I think you're never going to rule anything out when you're talking about Barry. As we talked all along, there's going to be times, obviously, you're not going to want to challenge him. There's going to be times to challenge him. And, you know, we'll deal with the situations as they're presented.
Over here.
Probably, John, the way it would have been how the coin, rolled when we flipped it in the dugout.
Mike, in a series this tight and this exciting, talk a little bit about how important it is, this World Series, for selling the game of baseball.
I have a great passion for the game of baseball, and people that I come in contact with that enjoy the game definitely share that passion. So I don't know if it's looking at it from a perspective of we're trying to sell baseball. I think people that follow baseball for generations have that passion. I don't see anything in this series or anything in the playoffs or anything this season that has disappointed any baseball fan or anyone that maybe has been turned off from baseball because of some labor strife and some work stoppages and pending work stoppages that were averted. I think that if you really enjoy the game of baseball, there's been something this whole season and certainly in this playoffs that would captivate you. And naturally, there's some issues that when you talk about baseball, the length of games obviously I know is a hot topic right now, and we're doing everything we can to keep the game flowing the way it should. And I think, especially on our team, some of our pitchers are finding out the quicker you work, the better you get. I know I'm going off that tangent here, but get back to your original question. I think that people that have a passion for the game, it's going to remain there. And there's been nothing short of exciting times this whole season for whatever team you're following.
Dan.
Good lead into this question, Mike. You and Dusty, obviously from the same organization. Do you see guys on your team that would not surprise you if they managed someday?
No, absolutely. There's a number of guys on our team that certainly have the head and the makeup to take this challenge of managing a club. And I think if you look around our club, we have guys that have a passion for this game, and I think that's trait number one you have to have if you want to be a major league manager. And we're not short at all for guys that have that passion for the game. And it depends if guys want to follow in, when their playing career is over, follow that route. And we definitely have our share of candidates.
Hey, Doctor.
Mike, if the media and the fans have a hard enough time figuring out the tendencies of a World Series, what are the tendencies that you look for to tell you that your team is in good shape and doing the right thing? Our philosophy is there's one way to play the game, whether you're playing in the spring training game, whether it's an inter-squad game, whether it's a regular season game, a game in a pennant race, or a playoff game. There's one way to go about your business and one way to play. And we've been very, very consistent with bringing that type of game on the field for virtually every game that we've played this year. It's not always going to translate in a win, but if we're bringing that style of play that's giving us the best opportunity to win a game to the park every night, I think that's the baseline you're looking for. And I've seen us do that on for the majority of these playoff games, and even games that we've lost. I've seen that intensity be there, that focus be there. And like I said, nothing's easy in this game, but I think the best way to really have peace with giving your best effort is to bring that level of play and your style of play to the game every night, and you can win or lose on those merits and be satisfied.
Ron, over here on the side.
Mike,
In your view, are the teams so evenly matched that execution really becomes paramount? Things like not allowing the pass ball last night or the error or falling behind 2-0, 3-1 in the count too much?
I think, as you look back in a game, there are always going to be things you can point to that say won or lost, would win or lose a game. But, actually, there are so many more things that come into play. And if you're a good team, you should be able to overcome one mistake that you make or an umpire's call that maybe you don't get a call on a play, little things like this. These teams are very evenly matched. As you play high-caliber teams, it's always comes down to execution. And you have to do it on a consistent basis. You can't, if you're getting a bunt down and a situation is important enough to bunt, you have to get that bunt down 4 out of 4 or 5 out of 5 times, whatever it'll be. It can't be 1 or 2 out of 5 and call that execution. So it comes down to that, and we've been good at it all year. A couple things last night we didn't get done, but, the Giants, too, didn't play a perfect game. I don't think you can expect any club to play a perfect game, but when you're playing high-level clubs and clubs that are very, very proficient and good at what they do, then obviously execution, on a consistent basis is going to be going to be probably the telling tale of winning or losing.
Right down here, Bob.
Mike, can you believe that you just refused to rule out the possibility of walking a man with the bases loaded? And along those lines, no matter
Wait a minute, counselor. Wait a minute.
Okay.
You're putting words in my mouth there. Go ahead. No. I understand. But I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Okay. Along those lines, no matter how many discussions you and your staff, coaching and pitching, had about him before you got here, is the reality that much more frightening than the abstract now that you're actually dealing with him?
As we talked about, Barry Bonds doesn't have to hit a home run for me or for us to gain any more respect for his talent. It's there. He's for real. He's the most dangerous hitter in the game today. And he's put together the last 2 seasons are the best seasons that, in my opinion, anyone who's ever played the game have put together. So naturally, if we're looking during a game and looking for strategy and looking what's going to give us the best chance to either minimize damage or hopefully get out of some innings, we are going to take the bat out of Barry's hands. And I don't think it's anything that we didn't expect coming into the series. I don't think that we're either walking him more or less than we would have expected. What it is that, at times situations call to say, look, if Benito's going to get the hit or JT or Reggie, the guys hitting behind Barry, we're going to go with those matchups as opposed to Barry. And it might look like, yesterday we walked him 3 times. It might come where situation we don't walk him at all on one night. It just depends on the situation. So I don't, if your question is maybe is the, being presented with is something bigger than we had anticipated, I would say no. We've definitely walked him our share of times, but I think it's based on the situations we've been presented with, and we'll continue to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Mike, what were Ramon Ortiz's x-rays? What did they show, and what is the status for a possible Game 7?
Ramon feels a little better today. He's going to actually go out and throw a little bit, throw a little bullpen, and we'll get an indication of what his availability will be.
Over here.
Mike, aside from the specific strategic decisions to walk Bonds, there's been some criticism that this is one of the biggest flaws in baseball, the ability to take a dangerous hitter like that completely out of the game, and on this World Series stage to just completely eliminate his bat. Do you have any thoughts on, aside from strategy, on that element of the baseball being able to just, no other sport can really neutralize somebody in that way?
Well, our job on our side is to win ball games. I think that takes precedence over anything that you might say anybody wants to see. We're going to use strategy to try to win ball games. I really don't listen to the criticism. If it's out there, fine. We have a responsibility to go out there and use whatever strategy we can to win ball games. And if that's upsetting some people or hurting somebody's feelings out there in the media or fans, I apologize. But our responsibility is for the Anaheim Angels to win ball games, and we're going to continue to run our club that way. I think that it's flattering it should be flattering to Barry Bonds how much of an influence he can be on the outcome of a single game to attempt to neutralize him as much as possible. But as we talked about before, and I know I've heard Dusty talk about it, it's not their team's more than Barry. And if we're going to take an opportunity to take the bat out of Barry's hands, we're setting the table for some other dangerous hitters. So I don't think it's about us having to challenge the best hitter in baseball. It happens all the time, and it happens every game of the regular season when you talk about a hitter you don't want to beat you.
And again, you've been listening to some comments from earlier today. Angels manager Mike Scioscia. Both managers each day during the World Series hold pregame press conferences, and we had that one, some of the highlights of that for you from earlier today. Very shortly, we are going to have the singing of our national anthem, and to perform it tonight here at Pac Bell Park is going to be country music superstar Leanne Rimes as she gets ready to sing our national anthem down in front of the pitcher's mound. We also have the color guard out there as well. And we'll have the flyover taking place here shortly here in San Francisco. Now down to the field, and country music star Leanne Rimes with the singing of our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed? How the twilight's last gleaming proves the bright and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
With the singing of our national anthem, the Amstel Light pregame show is brought to you by Amstel Light, the beer drinkers light beer. That's all we have for you tonight on Angels Warm-Up. As always, we hope you've enjoyed it. We do invite you to stay tuned next. Game 5 of the 2002 World Series follows here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Has been Angels Warm-Up. Join us before every game for an in-depth look at the game, interviews, scores, and more. Now, stay tuned for exciting Anaheim Angels baseball coming up next.
Excuse me, ma'am, are you done with the comic section?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you're looking for a new car, are you?
Yeah, the zero payment deal looks good.
Read the little type, my friend. 0 payments until 2003. That's only 3 months from now.
What?
Yeah. Check out the Mitsubishi ad. 0 interest plus no payments until 2004 on a car you really want.
Oh, right. That's the car everyone is singing and dancing in.
Yes, they are. Especially the Lancer there. Named the best new car under 16 grand by Kiplinger's Personal Finance magazine. And the Eclipse, the best-selling import sports coupe of the past decade.
Nice.
So you feel like taking a test drive?
Yeah, I'll do that popping dance like the girl in the commercial.
Now you drive, I'll dance.
Head to your local Mitsubishi retailer and get on board with 0 interest plus no payments till 2004 on any award-winning Mitsubishi. But hurry, this deal ends soon. Important program and credit restrictions apply. Some customers may not qualify. Excludes Eclipse Spider and 2003 Montero, Diamante, and Outlander. Visit MitsubishiCars.com or call 1-888-MITSU-2003 for details.
Look, I'm dancing.
No, you're not.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Doc.
Whoa, what was that?
Doc, were you expecting a wild mallard to fly through here at eye level?
No, were you?
No, but it helps me illustrate that around here things aren't always what you'd expect.
Really?
Take the Mercedes-Benz ML320 SUV. Under that refined exterior lies the protection of a steel safety cage, 8 airbags, and emergency sensing brake assist.
Wow.
Also comes standard with scheduled maintenance for 4 years or 50,000 miles, whichever comes first. Starting at just $37,265. Did you expect that?
No, that came from nowhere.
Kind of like the Doc?
Exactly like the Doc.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz M-Class, which starts at just $37,265, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. Standard use level maintenance included during the warranty period, where items excluded. Limitations and restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the web at mbsocal.com or call them up. 1-800-4Mercedes.
Here's the pitch to Reggie. Swung on, and there it goes. This is number 500.
Ground ball to second. This could do it. Wilfong has it. Goes to first. A no-hitter for Mike West. It's Epstein who's going to test it. The Angels win it. And the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions for the first time in the history of the Angels. They're going to a World Series.
This Angels game is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
Get the feeling. Toyota.
By Craig and Auto Parts.
You can do it. They're here to help.
By Domino's Pizza.
Get the door. It's Domino's.
By Home Depot.
Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
By Southern California Edison.
Where energy conservation is always in season.
By Jack in the Box.
Where they don't make it until you order it.
By United California Bank.
Where being good to you is being good to us.
And by Panda Express.
Real Chinese, real fast.
By AT&T Wireless.
Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless.
And by Wiener Schnitzel.
America's most wanted hot dog.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and join the voices of your Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We are live at Pac Bell Park in San Francisco. Happy to have you with us, everybody. I'm Rory Marcus, along with Terry Smith. Tonight, Game 5 of the 2002 World Series. It's been a great one already, with this series tied up at 2 games apiece. This obviously is a huge game for both clubs, especially for the San Francisco Giants, who, if they lose today, would have to win 2 in a row at Edison Field in Anaheim. Tonight, the Giants will come back with their first game starter, Jason Schmidt. He won Game 1. Jarrod Washburn lost Game 1, and Jarrod will pitch tonight for the Angels. But Jarrod was the Angel ace throughout the season, 18-6, a 3.15 earned run average. Schmidt was 13-8, his ERA 3.45. The time of day is 5:17. The temperature is 59 degrees. That's brought to you by Hotwire. Looking to get more for your travel dollar? Log on to Hotwire for deep discounts on flights, hotel rooms, and car rentals. Hotwire partners with quality travel companies to bring you amazing deals you can't find anywhere else. Log on to Hotwire today to see how much you can save on your next trip. The umpires are on the field. The lineup cards have been exchanged. And with today's starting lineups, here's Terry Smith.
All right, thanks, Rory. The starting lineups are brought to you by Chevron's Techron Concentrate Fuel System Cleaner. Add a bottle of Techron Concentrate to your gas tank every 3,000 miles to restore your car's lost power and performance. As far as the San Francisco Giants, they, along with the Angels, deadlocked at 2 wins apiece headed into Game 5 of the 2002 World Series. The hometown Giants lineup looks like this. In center field, leading it off is Kenny Lofton. He's batting .281 in the postseason. Rich Aurelia plays short, bats second. He's hitting .296 in the playoffs. Jeff Kent at second base will bat third. He's hitting .241 in postseason. Barry Bonds, the left fielder, will bat cleanup. He's hitting .306 in the playoffs with 7 home runs. He's had 3 of them in the World Series. He's had 3 hits in the World Series, 3 for 8. All 3 hits have been homers. He's driven in 4 runs. against the Angels. Benito Santiago will follow the catcher batting number 5. He's hitting .241 in postseason. Reggie Sanders in right field will bat number 6. He's hitting .204 in the playoffs. J.T. Snow's had a good postseason, and World Series will play first base and bat 7th. 5 for 15 in the World Series with a homer, 4 RBIs. He's hitting .296 in the postseason. David Bell, one of their heroes last night, will be at third base. He bats number 8. He's hitting .304 in postseason. And doing the pitching and batting ninth will be Jason Schmidt, who in the postseason has gone 0 for 4 as a hitter. Schmidt on the mound, 2-1 in the postseason with a 3.86 ERA. He's 1-0 in the World Series with a victory in Game 1, besting Jarrod Washburn in that game at Edison Field last Saturday by the final of 4-3. Schmidt was a 13-game winner during the regular season. He's a hard thrower, fastball and slider. That fastball can top out at about 97 miles per hour. He also has a very hard slider. He's a power pitcher, and when he's throwing strikes, he can be tough. The Angels lineup tonight for Game 5 of the World Series looks like this. David Eckstein at short will lead it off. David hitting .298 in the postseason. Darren Erstad, who saw his 12-game postseason hitting streak snapped, will bat number 2. Erstad in the playoffs, though, batting .361. He's 6 for 20 in the World Series with a run batted in. He'll be in center field batting number 2. Tim Salmon plays right, bats third. He's hitting .286 in the playoffs. Garrett Anderson, who's hit safely in 7 straight postseason games. He's had hits in 11 of the 13 postseason games for the Angels. He'll be the cleanup batter. He's hitting .316 in the playoffs. Troy Gloss will follow at third base. Gloss had a pair of home runs against Schmidt in Game 1 of the World Series. He's hit 7 postseason home runs. He, along with Bonds, tied for the most ever by a player in one postseason, those 7 homers. Troy Gloss at third base, bats number 5. He's hitting .346 in the postseason. Scott Spezio hit safely in 6 straight postseason games, will be at first base. Batting number 6, he's hitting .362 in the postseason. Adam Kennedy back in the starting lineup at second base, he'll bat number 7. Kennedy is hitting .389 in the postseason, 5 for 14 in the World Series with a run batted in. Benji Molina, the catcher, will bat 8th. He's hitting .244 in the playoffs. And Jarrod Washburn will bat for the Angels in the number 9 hole, seeing his first action as a hitter in the postseason. Washburn during the regular season was 1 for 5 as a batter. He's 1-1 as a pitcher in the postseason, making his 5th postseason start, second in the World Series, 0-1 in World Series action, losing in Game 1 to the Giants starter Jason Schmidt. In the postseason, Washburn's ERA is 3.65. He was an 18-game winner for the Halos during the regular season. Mike Rowley will be calling balls and strikes. Tim McClellan at first base. Second base umpire is the crew chief, Jerry Crawford. The third base umpire tonight, Angel Hernandez. In left field will be umpire Tim Cheetah. In right field is umpire Mike Winters. Jason Schmidt is loosening up. We're just moments away from the start of Game 5 of this year's World Series, and back with all the play-by-play action, once again, Rory Marcus.
All right, thanks so much, Terry. It's a beautiful evening for baseball at Pac Bell Park. It is a little bit overcast, but the temperature, not bad, upper 50s. It has been not nearly as bad as it could have been for these 3 games here in San Francisco. And looking out at McCovey Cove, there's a guy way up there on the mast of his boat out there. He must be about 200 yards maybe beyond the right field foul pole, and he's just perched up there, sitting in some kind of a little seat, hanging onto that mast as the boat sways back and forth, and he's going to watch the game from right there. Kind of like the tree people at the Greek Theater, maybe, although he's a lot further away. All right, we go into the top of the first inning. David Eckstein, Darren Erstad, and Tim Salmon for an Angel team that is looking to be aggressive against a fastball pitcher, Jason Schmidt. Schmidt, 29 years old, from Lewiston, Idaho, 13-8 this year, with a 3.45 earned run average. He is 6'5". And David Eckstein set to lead things off for the Angels. Eckstein 6 for 18, 333 in the series. Schmidt winds, and here's the first pitch of the ball game. It's taken for a strike. 96 miles an hour on the inside corner, and it's 0-1.
In last night's ball game, the Angels losing the top third of the order went 1 for 11. That was the key for San Francisco.
The 0-1 pitch to Eckstein is up under his chin. 1 ball and 1 strike. Eckstein is hitting .298 in the postseason for the Angels. Outfield somewhat shallow and straight away for Eckstein. Jason Schmidt winds. He comes back 1-1, and it's swung on and missed. Strike 2. In game 1, Schmidt and Washburn both went 5 2/3 innings. Schmidt won it. Washburn lost it. The Angels were defeated 4-3. Here's the 1-2 pitch to David Eckstein. Fouled away. Back to the screen. Count remains 1-2. That was 97 miles an hour. Schmidt, obviously a hard thrower. This year, the first time he's ever been in postseason, they got him from the Pittsburgh Pirates. 13-8 this year. Matching the highest number of wins he's ever had in the big leagues. The second time he's had 13. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Line drive. That's into center field and a base hit for Eckstein. He starts the game with a solid single into center. Kenny Lofton plays it back in. And Eckstein is 1 for 1. Good way for the Angels to start the game against a pitcher who figures to be tough tonight.
Nice job at 2-strike hitting there by Eckstein, who had a hit against Schmidt in the opening game of the World Series. He was 1 for 3 against him in game 1.
Mike Riley's the home plate umpire. The scouting report they put up on him on the network television broadcast said pitchers umpire mostly, and then under that it said inconsistent at times. I'm sure he'll be happy to know that. Darren Erstad at the plate. Schmidt throws to first. Eckstein dives back in. Erstad is 6 for 20. 300 in the series. The Giants have Snow at first, Kent at second, Aurelia at shortstop, Bell at third. Outfield left to right, Bonds, Lofton, and Sanders. Benito Santiago doing the catching. Here's the pitch to Erstad. A check swing pop fly foul goes back and hits the roof of the Giant dugout. No balls, 1 strike to Darren Erstad. Tim Salmon on deck. Eckstein with a leadoff single here tonight. J.T. Snow holding him on. Reggie Sanders playing Erstad way off the line in right field. If Darren were to hit one right down the line, Sanders would have a ways to go to get it. There's a throw to first base by Schmidt. No balls, 1 strike to Darren Erstad. Just the beginning of the ball game, as you can hear, a loud crowd here at Pac Bell Park tonight, and yes, they did hand out thunder sticks again tonight. But they don't have the constant din that they have in Anaheim. Here's the stretch by Schmidt, the 0-1 pitch. Erstad grounds it to second. Kent has a 2-hopper. They get 1. Back to first, too late. Eckstein erased at second base. The play goes 4-6. Erstad reaches on a fielder's choice. And with 1 out, that'll bring up Tim Salmon. The ball not hit hard enough by Erstad for the Giants to turn 2. Salmon at the plate, 6 for 16. 375 in the series. Now Erstad being held on by Snow, and Salmon steps in there. They play him a little bit deeper, obviously. Salmon is hitting .286 in the 13 postseason games the Angels have played. He's driven in 12 runs in those 13 games and has 4 home runs. Schmidt's pitch, Salmon takes, and it's a strike. 0-1. One out, 1 on. Erstad at first base. No balls, 1 strike to Tim Salmon. Here's the stretch by Schmidt. And the 0-1 pitch on the way. He chases a high fastball and missed it. Strike 2. 0-2.
That pitch there, 97 miles per hour. Scouting report on Schmidt, you can run on him. In his start in game 1 of the World Series, the Angels had 1 stolen base against him. It was by Brad Fulmer, who's not in the lineup tonight with the pitchers hitting.
Salmon went after a bad pitch right there. The count is 0-2 to Tim. Schmidt checks Erstad. The pitch to Salmon. Fastball foul to the screen. Schmidt throwing hard here in the first inning. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Tim Salmon 6 for 16 in the series. He's walked 3 times. He has scored 5 runs for the Angels. He's hit a couple of home runs. Big ball game tonight. Game 5 of the World Series here at Pac Bell Park. Game 6 will be Saturday at Edison Field, 5 o'clock. Here's the 0-2 to Salmon. Fastball misses high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Garrett Anderson waiting on deck for the Angels. Standing room fans are out in right field. They sell standing room only tickets out there. And there's also an area where if you're walking around behind the stadium, you can stop for a few minutes and peek in the fence. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Salmon. It's in the dirt, a breaking ball, and it's 2-2. Schmidt throws that hard slider, though, about 89 miles an hour. His fastball has some movement, too. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Tim. 1 out, 1 on. Angels batting top of the first inning, just underway at beautiful Pac Bell Park. Salmon waits at the plate. The stretch by Schmidt. He throws to first. Erstad dives back in there. Alfredo Griffin, the Angels' first base coach. Ron Renicky coaching at third for Anaheim. 2-2 to Tim Salmon. Jason Schmidt, right foot on the rubber as he stares in at his catcher Benito Santiago. Here's the stretch now. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. It's popped up foul behind home plate, back up into the seat.
Salmon is having a good at bat. He's making Schmidt throw pitches. Tim hanging in there with 2 strikes, fouling pitches off.
2 balls, 2 strikes to count to Salmon. He is having a good at bat. They're making Schmidt work in this first inning. He's thrown 13 pitches, though, and 10 have been strikes. So he's right around the plate. Still 2-2 to Salmon. Erstad away from first. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. A breaking ball strikes out Salmon. With 2 outs, we'll pause for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Susie Orman, weekdays from 1 to 3 p.m.
Rory Marcus and Terry Smith, along with our producer-engineer Darren Chan. The Angels batting in the first inning. They have 2 out, 1 on. Garrett Anderson at the plate. Schmidt's first pitch to him. Garrett takes the fastball outside for ball 1. Jarrod Washburn pitching for the Angels tonight. Jarrod was the Game 1 losing pitcher. Garrett Anderson, in 13 games in the postseason, is hitting .316 as a toss over to first base by Schmidt.
Jarrod in the World Series has had 6 hits, but they've all been singles. And, of course, as everybody knows, he's a guy that had a ton of extra base hits during the regular season.
Tied for the league lead in doubles. Jarrod takes the fastball up high, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Gloss would be next. So Schmidt falls behind the left-handed hitting Anderson. 2 balls, no strikes. Jason Schmidt, an 8-year Major League veteran. Over his last 46 starts, he's gone 23-12 heading into the postseason. Anderson wraps one into left center field. That's in for a hit. Lofton gets it on 1 hop. Erstad has to hold at second base. So Garrett Anderson has another hit, albeit a single. And the Angels have runners at first and second, 2 on with 2 outs. And Troy Gloss coming up. If nothing else, the Angels are showing here in the first inning that Schmidt is not going to be untouchable tonight. They already have a couple of hits. And they're making him work fairly hard. Santiago goes out to talk to him.
Oh, not a surprise to see that going on because Gloss, who will bat for the first time tonight, had 2 home runs against Schmidt. when he faced the Angels in the opening game of the World Series last Saturday. So they want to talk over how they're going to pitch to Troy, especially with some people on base.
Troy Gloss in this World Series is 7 for 17. That's .412. Overall, he's hitting .346 in postseason play for the Angels. So Troy has brought his bat with him to the playoffs and World Series. The stretch by Schmidt and the pitch to Gloss. Fastball caught the outside corner, 0-1. 2 on, 2 out for the Angels. Erstad at second, Anderson at first. And Jason Schmidt looking in at Santiago. Gloss trying to get the Angels off on a good foot. He hit a 2-run home run in last night's ball game that gave the Angels a 3-0 lead, but they were unable to hold it. They didn't score any more after that. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Troy swings and misses. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 0-2. Now the crowd cheering, trying to get that final strike of this first inning. Gloss was behind that last fastball. No balls, 2 strikes to Troy. 2 out, 2 on. Top of the first inning. Schmidt checks the runners. And here he comes, 0-2. Whoa, he knocked him down. A fastball up around the eyes, and Gloss hit the deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Boy, that thing was coming right at Troy's face at about 95 miles an hour.
That was a purpose pitch right there. Schmidt had a pitch to waste with the count at the time. No balls and 2 strikes. And he just wanted Gloss to know that he's out there on the mound.
Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The best way to answer that is with a hit. Schmidt backed off the rubber. He wants Santiago to go through the signs again. So Benito does. Gloss waits. Here's the stretch by Schmidt. And the 1-2 on the way. Popped up foul, back behind the plate and out of play. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, Schmidt's been relying on that fastball quite a bit here in the first inning. He's now thrown 21 pitches. He's mixed in his slider a few times here in the first inning. He got Salmon on a slider for the strikeout for out number 2.
He's ahead of Gloss. 1-2. 2 on, 2 out. Top of the first, no score. Here's the 1-2 to Troy. Fastball low and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. If Gloss keeps getting alive, Scott Spezia would be next. We had Ed Spezia on our pregame show tonight, who was in 3 World Series with the Cardinals, and is so proud of his son, as you can well imagine. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Troy Gloss. The stretch by Schmidt. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. He got him with a high fastball. Schmidt strikes out 2 in the inning. The Angels get no runs on 2 hits. They leave 2, and after half an inning, Angels nothing. The Giants coming up on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Children will always take risks, and parents will always worry about them. But thankfully, because of plastic safety helmets and protective gear, we can all breathe a little easier. On the ice rink or in the playing field, plastic is tough enough to absorb the shock and flexible enough to get up and try again. We can't protect our children forever, but we'll always try.
How has plastic touched your life? The American Plastics Council. Plastics make it possible.
Tom, can my mother come visit for a few months?
Absolutely. I'll set up the basement bedroom.
That's a bad decision, Tom.
We're here at the GM Center for Good Decision Making, where we help ordinary people make good decisions. Give them partial credit.
Partial credit for sticking her in the basement.
It's our hope here at the center that when it comes time to buy a used car or truck, people will make the right decision with GM certified used vehicles. Each one gets a 100-plus point inspection, bumper-to-bumper limited warranty, even a 3-day, 150-mile satisfaction guarantee, all from the GM brand you trust. Let's try again.
Tom, can my mother come visit for a few months?
Gosh, I'd hate to make her travel. Why don't you visit her?
There you go, Tom. Very diplomatic.
GM certified used vehicles. The right way, the right car.
Now is the time to get a GM certified used vehicle from a participating Chevrolet, Pontiac, Buick, Oldsmobile, or GMC dealer. All qualified buyers can get 2.9% GMAC financing for up to 36 months on 1997 to 2002 Sunfires and Cavaliers. See your dealer for details and take delivery by October 31st, 2002.
Hey, take a listen to this Hotwire story. The greatest Hotwire experience was my wedding. We forgot about securing the flight for the minister, so we kind of panicked. I got on Hotwire and searched for a flight from Abilene, Texas, all the way to South Carolina. How did Hotwire prices compare to the other travel sites? Hotwire saved me $243. I wrote a letter to all my groomsmen and told them that if they're looking for flights, they should jump on Hotwire. Next time you're planning a last-minute trip, log on to Hotwire and take the Hotwire Travel Challenge to see how much you can save.
This is Theo from Hot 92 Jams, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Into the bottom of the first inning we go. No score as the Giants come to bat. Kenny Lofton, Rich Aurelia, and Jeff Kent facing Jarrod Washburn. The Angels left 2 men on base in the first inning. Washburn, the Game 1 losing pitcher, trying to reverse that here tonight in Game 5. An 18-game winner in the regular season. Postseason, he's 1-1 in 4 starts. Lofton's 4 for 16, 250. Washburn's first pitch is low and outside, ball 1. The Angels have Spezio at first, Kennedy at second, Eckstein at shortstop, Gloss at third, Anderson in left, Erstad in center, Salmon in right. And the pitch to Lofton is up and in for ball 2. Benji Molina doing the catching. Kenny Lofton, 281 in the postseason in 14 games for the Giants. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That's ripped down the right field line, but foul. A little bit too far out in front of it, and the young man that had his glove on it dropped it. So the count 2-1 to Lofton. The top of the order came up big for the Giants last night. Here's the pitch to Kenny. Line drive. That's a base hit into left field. Well, the Angels' Eckstein started the top of the first with a single, and now Kenny Lofton starts the bottom of the first with a single. That'll bring up Rich Aurelia. 3-year-old Darren Baker runs out. Oh, he just fell down. He's the bat boy. He ran out there and got that bat, which is about the same height as he is. And on his way back to the dugout, he fell down. Dusty's son. Rich Aurelia at the plate now. That gave Dusty a big smile. Rich Aurelia 6 for 18 in the series. Washburn checks Lofton at first. Spezio playing in front of him. Aurelia showed the bunt, but takes it down low, ball 1.
In Game 1 of the World Series, even though Washburn was the losing pitcher, he did a good job against the top of the order. Lofton, Aurelia, and Kent combined went 0 for 8 against them. But as you were mentioning, Rory, last night the top of that order started to heat up for the Giants. Lofton had 3 hits, and so did Rich Aurelia.
Aurelia waiting. Washburn delivers, and it's hit in the air into right center field. Erstad has a long run. Still going. He catches up to it and makes the catch. Lofton's a long way from first base. The throw by Erstad behind him. He gets back safely. Lofton had already rounded second, but he's able to get back as Erstad had a long way to go to get to that ball. That's the first out.
Well, out there in right center field, it goes all the way out to 421. That's the deepest part of the ballpark. And Erstad, who got a track on that one, made that catch a few feet from the warning track out there in deep right center.
It took him a few steps to be able to set up to throw to first base, and Lofton was able to beat it back in there with a slide. Here's Jeff Kent. Let's keep an eye on the miles per hour over there on the scoreboard, Terry. It doesn't look to me like Washburn is throwing very hard. Not as hard as we're accustomed to seeing. Kent at the plate now for the Giants. Washburn delivers, and the fastball.
89.
Yeah, it's in there for a strike, but he's usually 91, 92 at least. No balls in the strike to Jeff Kent. Lofton at first, one out in the bottom of the first, no score in the ball game. Washburn looks at first base. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that was a strike on the outside corner. No balls, 2 strikes. Bonds, of course, on deck. The Angels intentionally walked Bonds 3 times last night. Pitched to him once, and he grounded out. 0-2, Washburn ahead of Kent. Jarrod looks at first. And the 0-2 pitch. He tried to muscle up on that when he threw that one 90, and it was outside and high. You could hear him grunt from way up here, and we're a ways away from the mound.
Kent has had a pretty tough World Series, only 3 hits and 16 times up. One of those hits a home run. And in game 1 of the World Series against Washburn, he was 0 for 3.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Jeff Kent. Washburn looks over at first base. Here's the 1-2. Off speed, outside and low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So no matter what happens here tonight, Terry, this is the last road game of the year.
It is, and here in San Francisco, a lot of people are talking about it could be Dusty Baker's last game managing the Giants at this stadium. He's unsigned for next year. All sorts of talk about where he will be next year as a manager.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Kent waits. Washburn ready. He delivers, and it's low and outside. Ball 3. Full count, 3-2. He was 0-2, and now he's 3-2. So they'll probably run Lofton right here. Jarrod Washburn, left foot on the rubber as he stares in at Molina. Angels looking for 2 in the middle. Lofton gets his lead from first base. He does not go, and it's ball 4 anyway. The ball skips away from Molina, but it was ball 4, so Lofton's at second. And here you go again. The Angels walked him in this situation yesterday. First and second, 1 out. Barry Bonds at the plate.
In game 1 of the World Series, Bonds homered off of Jarrod Washburn. He was 1 for 3 against him.
That was not a good at-bat for Jarrod Washburn as far as Kent's concerned. He had him 0-2, and then he missed pretty badly with 4 straight. And right now, it looks like they're going to pitch to him. First and second, 1 out. Bonds at the plate. 3 infielders on the right side with Eckstein playing up the middle. Washburn sets. The pitch to Bonds. Curveball high. Ball 1. Did he call that a strike? Wow, I guess he did. Mike Riley did call that a strike. No wonder Bonds was upset. That thing was up around his shoulders. Barry just rolled his eyes and looked toward the heavens. 0-1. 1 out, 2 men on. No score in the bottom of the first. Washburn ready in the 0-1 pitch. There's a curveball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jarrod doesn't seem anxious to throw him a fastball. I don't know if Jarrod feels loose, Terry. To me, something just doesn't look right with him in the first inning.
Well, you look at his total innings now, including the playoffs. He's thrown 230 innings this year. Way more than he's ever had in a season.
The 1-1 pitch is outside, ball 2. I don't think he's anxious to throw Barry a fastball for a strike. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. Runners at first and second, 1 out in the first inning, no score, but the Giants threatening. Benito Santiago on deck. Washburn again backs off the rubber. He's looking in for his sign from Molina. The stretch by Jarrod, and the 2-1. Change up is ripped down the right field line. It's in there for extra bases. Lofton scores. There goes Kent to third. 1-0 Giants.
Well, that situation there, the Angels elected to pitch to Bonds, and he didn't hit one out, but he drove a run in, and two more are in scoring position.
He hit a bullet right down the first base line. The Giants jump on Washburn early, and they have a chance to get more. Second and third with one out. Benito Santiago now the batter.
Think about it, Rory. Even when you pitch to him, it's like you're pitching defensively to him. You're just hoping he doesn't hit a home run against you even when you pitch to him.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see why they pitched to him. Yesterday in the same situation, they walked him twice and got double plays twice. The pitch to Santiago is hitting the air into left field. Tagging up at third base will be Kent. Anderson makes the catch. His throw comes in too late. It's 2-0 Giants. Sacrifice fly for Santiago. Bonds is still at second with two out now. And here's Reggie Sanders. Reggie Sanders, the right fielder. 5 for 15 in the series. That's .333. Bonds, the runner at second base with two outs. They're trying to get somebody's attention out here. It was Sosha calling timeout. All the umpires now saw him. They called timeout, and I think they want to intentionally walk him. That's what they want to do. So they did not walk Bonds. They will walk Sanders. That'll put runners at first and second. J.T. Snow will be the batter. Left-hander against left-hander right here. There's ball two delivered by Washburn. Sanders not hitting tremendously in the postseason, 204, but .333 in the series. And now J.T. Snow will step in to face Washburn. The Giants have two, trying to get more. Barry Bonds at second. Reggie Sanders at first. J.T. Snow up there for San Francisco.
Snow had a big home run for the Giants against Washburn in Game 1 of the World Series. Turned out to be the game-winning hit.
Snow hitting .296 in 14 postseason games for the Giants. 5 for 15 in the series. Washburn checks the runners. The pitch to Snow. Fastball. Caught the inside corner, 0-1. That one was 88. 0-1 to Snow. Washburn staring in. Now he goes into his stretch. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball missed outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Oh, and Jarrod starred against them in the first game of the World Series. He gave up 4 runs, and all 4 of the Giants' runs came via the home run ball. They haven't homered against them here in the first inning tonight, but they've scored 2, so they're kind of taking a page out of the Angels' book, the way they've been able to produce.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's up and in for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to J.T. Snow.
Giants batters are laying up that high fastball. They're forcing Washburn to throw strikes, and when he's had to come in with pitches, then they've been able to make some good contact.
2 out, 2 on, 2 runs in for the Giants in the bottom of the first. Tough inning for the Angels. Washburn's 2-1. Outside, ball 3. On deck is Bell, who got the game-winning hit in the 8th inning last night.
Jarrod has thrown 25 pitches 16 balls, 9 strikes. Those numbers skewed a little bit because he did throw the intentional walk to Sanders.
It's 3-1 to JT. Washburn checks the runners. Here he comes, 3-1, and it's ball 4. Washburn's having a very tough inning. That's the third walk in the inning, although one was intentional. The bases are loaded for the Giants with 2 outs, and they have a chance to break it wide open right here. And Bud Black has gone out to talk to Washburn. David Bell with the game-winning base hit off of Frankie Rodriguez in the 8th inning last night. That drove in Snow to give the Giants the 4-3 win. Black talking to Washburn and Eckstein and Molina. They're all on the mound right now.
I think Bud Black might have been a little bit upset, thinking that Washburn was nibbling too much and not really attacking the batters. When he's been successful this year, he's really gone after the hitters, and he just seems a little bit tentative out there tonight. Maybe he's not trusting his stuff.
David Bell stands in for San Francisco. Bases full, 2 out. The pitch to him way up high. Washburn is having a very tough first inning. He's not making very good pitches.
That pitch looked like it had a little extra giddy up to it, but it clocked in at just 87 miles per hour.
No, he's not throwing very hard. I don't know if his arm is tired or he didn't warm up properly, but he's having a bad inning. Here's the 1-0. That's way outside, ball 2. This is not the Jarrod Washburn we've seen. I think you could see it from the first at-bat. And it's just manifesting itself right here. He'll be lucky if he gets out of this with only 2 runs. 2 balls and no strikes to David Bell. The pitcher, Jason Schmidt, is on deck. Washburn's 2-0 pitch, way down low, ball 3. He's thrown 29 pitches, only 9 strikes.
Well, if you had a base open, of course you could put Bell on to pitch to Schmidt. The problem is there's someone on every base right now, so if you put him on, it means another run.
And there's no guarantees you'll throw strikes to Schmidt. Here's the 3-0 pitch. A strike. Nobody is loosening up in the Angel bullpen. It's 2-0 Giants. Jarrod Washburn trying to keep it from being any worse. 3 balls, 1 strike to David Bell. Bonds down the line at third. Washburn's 3-1 pitch. He walked in a run. That's 3 consecutive walks, 4 in the inning, and the Giants have a 3-0 first inning lead. Give David Bell an RBI. Jason Schmidt, the Giants pitcher, is at the plate.
He's really not a good hitter. He batted just .125 during the regular season. 7 hits and 56 times up. He struck out half the times he stepped up to the plate.
The pitch to him, a strike, 0-1. 3-0 Giants in the first inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Washburn is set. Here's the 0-1 to Schmidt. He takes again, and it's strike 2 called. Jarrod just throwing it right down the middle to Schmidt. They pitched to Bonds here in the inning, and he doubled down the line. No balls, 2 strikes. Washburn ready. Here he comes 0-2, and he struck him out. But the Giants bat around. They get 3 runs on 2 hits and 4 walks. They leave 3, and at the end of 1, the Giants 3, the Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Just in time for the World Series, here's Paul's greatest offer.
This is Paul, the king of big screen. For our fall clearance, I've just put over 1,000 Mitsubishi big screen TVs at their lowest prices ever. Besides giving you savings of up to $3,000 off Mitsubishi's original prices, I'll give you 2 full years of no-interest financing. You heard right, no interest this year or next year. No interest financing for 24 months all the way to October 2004. Whether you're looking for a regular big screen or one of the flat-screen plasma TVs that are only 4 inches deep, Paul's is the place to go. At Paul's, we've specialized only in big screen TVs for over 20 years. And with our written lowest price guarantee, you can't go wrong. Do what your neighbors did. Take a short drive to Paul's, where you get free delivery anywhere in Southern California, usually in 4 hours or less, by our own fleet of 30 trucks. Get all the details of our no-interest financing for 2 full years and save a bundle. The big chain stores don't like us, but our customers do, and that's what's important.
Paul's TV, 500 North Harbor, La Habra.
I am the king.
Because today you're in a rush. Because today you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's.
Nothing from nothing means nothing. Zero, zilch, nada. These are the building blocks of a great offer on every new Chevy. Now get 0% APR, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days for qualified buyers on every new 2002 and 2003 Chevy in stock. Length of GMAC finance contract varies by model. See dealer for details. Take delivery by 10/31/02. Nothing from nothing means nothing. 000. It's nothing you'll want to miss. See your Southern California Chevrolet dealer today.
I'm KFI's Bill Handel, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC. A bad first inning for the Angels. They're behind 3-0 as we go to the second. Scott Spezio, Adam Kennedy, and Benji Molina for Anaheim against Jason Schmidt. Fans, for the ultimate postseason coverage, go to WorldSeries.com. Get exclusive video, live audio, comprehensive stats, and inside stories. WorldSeries.com for baseball around the clock. Spezio at the plate for the Angels. 5 for 15 in the series, 333. Schmidt had 2 strikeouts in the first. He winds his pitch to Spezio. Is fouled back out of play, 0-1. Spezio, then Kennedy and Molina, and then Jarrod Washburn.
Well, Schmidt now with a 3-run lead here after just 1 inning. He can just rear back and fire. Let his fielders do the job behind him.
0-1 the count to Spezio. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one's fouled back as well, and it's strike 2. Rock and fire, as they always used to say. I had a coach in Little League that would say that, about every 3 or 4 seconds, like it was on a loop.
Yep.
Rock and fire. Rock and fire. 0-2 to Spezio. Into his windup goes Schmidt. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. So the bottom dropped out of that one. Spezio's out on strike. 3 strikeouts for Schmidt.
It's a good slider. It's the same pitch that he got Tim Salmon on back in the first inning.
As Adam Kennedy steps in, we'll pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Dr. Dean Adele, weekdays from 3 to 4 p.m.
Schmidt delivers to Kennedy, and the fastball is up and in on him, ball 1. Schmidt throwing hard, 96 miles an hour on that one. Most of Washburn's fastballs were under 90. He did throw one, 91. Here's the 1-0 to Adam. He takes and it's a strike. Kennedy 5 for 14, 357.
Talking about the fastballs, most of Schmidt's have been in the 96, 97 range, and he is throwing strikes.
Yeah, he throws hard. The 1-1 pitch to Kennedy is grounded toward first base. Snow has it easily. 2 outs. He goes to the bag himself. Well, the game has surely started on an ominous note for the Angels tonight. Benji Molina, the catcher, up there now. Benji, the number 8 hitter tonight, so Washburn's in the on-deck circle. Benji's 3 for 12 in the World Series. Into his windup, Schmidt. The pitch to Molina. That's fouled straight back out of play. The count 0-1. The Giants got 3 runs and only 2 hits in the first inning. Washburn walked 4. One of them was intentional, and no, it was not Bonds. The Angels pitched to Bonds, and he doubled in a run. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Molina. Fastball misses high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Saturday, Game 6 at Edison Field in Anaheim. Kevin Apier and Russ Ortiz. 5 o'clock start. No matter who wins here tonight. The 1-1 to Molina. Good breaking ball in and over, strike 2. Schmidt has good stuff tonight.
He is really throwing strikes in this ball game.
1-2 the count. The pitch to Molina. Fastball around his eyes. Strikes him out. He tried to hold up and could not. Schmidt has 4 strikeouts in the first 6 outs. The Angels go down in order in the second. And after an inning and a half, Giants 3, Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
History made them famous. Ken Burns makes them real.
Thomas Jefferson embodied a spirit of optimism and a belief in the promise of America's future.
Every Monday, PBS presents a Ken Burns film, hosted by the filmmaker himself. This week, Thomas Jefferson.
Jefferson was, I think, the man of this millennium.
Ken Burns' American Story, Monday at 9 Eastern on PBS. Check local listings.
A lot of cars on the road these days have lost some of the power and performance they had when they were new. If yours is one of them, either from a lot of stop-and-go driving or the occasional use of a lower-quality gasoline, let Techron Concentrate restore lost power and performance. It's unbeatable at cleaning up carbon deposits in combustion chambers, intake valves, and fuel injectors. Techron Concentrate. Add a bottle at your next fill-up and restore performance in just one tankful.
With Priceline Hotels, you get all the comforts of a first-class hotel and all the savings, too. In fact, you can save up to 50% or more. Want to stay at Disney World in Orlando? One customer used Priceline recently and paid only $50 a night for a 3-star hotel right near the park. Another got a 4-star hotel on Michigan Avenue in Chicago for only $100 a night. So next time you want to save money without sacrificing comfort or style, go to Priceline.com.
When it comes to high-volume printing, copying, and scanning, maybe you ought to hightail it over to look at Rico. Not to get high and mighty, but Rico's high-volume Officio 1075 printer copier will take your document management to an all-time high. And with copying, printing, and scanning at 75 pages per minute, Rico's high-volume experts will make you high man on the totem pole. Oh, yeah. Tell them I said, hi.
Rico, dependable digital.
Hey, this is Michelle Visage from Hot 92 Jams, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Bottom of the second inning, 3-0 Giants. We'll see if Jarrod Washburn can have a better inning here. The Giants sent 9 men to the plate in the first. Lofton started things with a single, and here he is again. Washburn's pitch to him is hit in the air down the left field line. Anderson racing over, Eckstein coming out, and Eckstein drops it. Eckstein tried to backhand that catch. Garrett never caught up to it. And Washburn, who badly needs an out, misses getting one there. See if David, no, I don't think he slipped over the mound. He just had that ball hit him in the heel of the glove and come out of there.
That was a little bit dangerous as well because his momentum.
Lawson takes a breaking ball for a strike, 0-2.
Eckstein landed on top of the tarp down that left side in foul territory.
No balls, 2 strikes. Lawson calls time and backs out of there. No error is called on the play. Eckstein had a long way to go to get to it. There's a line drive, base hit into center field. The Giants are all over Washburn tonight.
He's having problems finishing off hitters. He just can't get strike 3 against them.
Well, he's throwing an 88-mile-an-hour fastball right over the plate. We've seen Washburn enough times this year to know when he is working well, that's not how he pitches. Rich Aurelia at the plate. Lawson at first, nobody out with his second straight leadoff hit. That's 3 hits for the Giants tonight to go along with 4 walks in the first inning.
Yeah, they've had 10 batters step up, and 7 of the 10 have reached base safely.
And Aurelia almost had one in the gap last time up. Erstad went a long way to run it down. Here's the pitch to him. That's line to center field. Erstad racing to his left. Oh, he makes a diving catch in the outfield. Darren Erstad saves one right there. As that ball was slicing away from him, he makes a backhand diving catch. Pretty play by Erstad. That's the first out in the inning, and boy, they're not coming easy, are they? With 1 out, here's Jeff Kent. Kent walked last time up. 1 out, 1 on for the Giants in the second. They already lead 3-0. Washburn delivers, and it's a breaking ball inside and low, ball 1.
Mentioned Washburn's stuff here in the early part of this ball game, and he is working on sheer guts right now because the stuff just is not there.
Kent is hitting just 188 in the series, 3 for 16. Pitch to him, outside, ball 2. Walking Kent to get to Bonds is certainly not the strategy, but Jarrod, I don't think, is feeling like he wants to throw one over the plate right now. He's thrown 40 pitches, only 17 strikes. 2 balls and no strikes to Kent. Here's the check at first and the 2-0 pitch. That one's inside, ball 3. Bonds is on deck. Jarrod's had such a tremendous season. 18-6 this year. 1 postseason win and 1 loss. 3 balls and no strikes. Here's the check at first, a 3-0 to Kent. He takes. I thought they might let him swing there, but Jarrod threw it right down the middle, and it's 3-1. Bonds is on deck. Lawson away from first base with 1 out in the second inning on a great play by Erstad. He's taken hits away from Aurelia both times. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. It's hit in the air into right field. Salmon back to the warning track. At the wall. It's over his head and off the wall. Lawson to third. The relay to Kennedy. They hold him at third. The Giants are teeing off on Jarrod Washburn tonight. Runners at second and third with 1 out. And Barry Bonds coming up with first base open. You have to think they'll walk him here. They pitched to him last time and he doubled down the line. But this one's pretty much a no-brainer. And indeed they will put him on. The crowd booing as they realize what's going on, but this is obviously the play here, and just hope that Santiago hits the ground ball at somebody. It worked out twice that way last night. The third time they did it, Santiago singled to drive in a run.
little bit surprised the Angels do not have any action in the bullpen. This is a 3-game series now. First team to win 2 wins the World Series, and I don't know that you want to concede anything at this point.
Scott Shields has not pitched in the postseason at all, but this is a situation where you would expect that at least he might be up warming up right now. The Giants are on the verge of busting it wide open. Bases loaded, 1 out, 3-0 here in the second inning. And Benito Santiago at the plate. Santiago had a sacrifice fly his first time up. It was his 3rd RBI in the series, although he's only 3 for 17. So Santiago steps in there with the bases full of Giants. 1 out in the second inning. It's already 3-0 San Francisco. Washburn desperately needs a double play ball.
He's already walked 5 batters tonight, 2 of them intentional. 9 of the first 13 batters for the Giants have gotten on base safely.
Santiago waits. Washburn's pitch. Line shot. That's a base hit into center field. Lofton is in. Here comes Aurelia. The throw from Erstad won't get him. It bounces by Molina, and Santiago's at second. 5-0 Giants. Two RBIs for Santiago. I am stunned, Terry, that nobody is loosening up for the Angels.
I said it a couple batters ago. I'm on the same page as you, Rory, but we still do not even see any movement down in the bullpen.
Reggie Sanders at the plate now. The infield drawn in for the Angels. The pitch to Sanders. Taken outside, ball 1, and now they'll finally get somebody up.
And it's Scott Shields, who again has not pitched a single inning in the postseason, hasn't pitched since the 27th of September, nearly a month ago. He will warm up.
1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. The pitch to Sanders on the inside corner, strike. Sanders turns around in surprise to the home plate umpire, Mike Riley. 1 ball, 1 strike. An error has been charged to Erstad on that throw home that allowed Santiago to get to second. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss by Sanders. Went after a breaking ball and didn't get it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. JT Snow on deck. 5-0 Giants in the second inning. If the Angels do not come back in this game, they have the consolation of knowing that the next 2 are scheduled for Anaheim. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bonds at third. Santiago at second. 1 out in the second. Washburn looking in. Sanders waits. Here's the 2-2 pitch. A fly ball into center field. That'll score a run. Erstad moves over to his left to catch it. Bonds easily tags up and scores, and it's 6-0. It was deep enough to get Santiago to third as well. And with 2 outs, here's JT Snow.
Game very similar to Game 3 of the World Series. That was the first game here in San Francisco. Angels won that game 10-4 and led 8-1 after just 3.5 innings.
The pitch to Snow is outside, ball one. Since the fifth inning of last night's game, the Giants have outscored the Angels 10-0. 1 ball, no strikes to Snow. Washburn is ready. Here's a 1-0 pitch. That one swung on and missed. Good breaking ball. 1-1.
Game 3 of the World Series here in San Francisco. You might recall the Angels had those 2 4-run innings. Well, tonight it's the Giants putting together a pair of 3-run innings in the first 2 innings of this game.
Washburn comes back 1-1, and it's in there for a called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Washburn has thrown 56 pitches in an inning and 2/3. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Snow. Breaking ball just outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Scott Shields just kind of standing down there on the mound in the bullpen. Maybe he's ready at this point. Two and 2 the count. JT Snow waiting. Washburn delivers 2-2, and the fastball is fouled back. Snow had a pretty good cut at that one. World Series Game 5 brought to you by General Motors, where October is the month to get great deals on GMC and Chevy trucks. Two balls, 2 strikes to Snow. Washburn checks third base. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. He's gone to a full count. If he loses Snow, you'd have to think that's it. Three and 2 the count. Santiago at third. 2 outs in the second. The 3-2 pitch is hit in the air into shallow left. Eckstein backpedaling. Erstad racing in, and Erstad makes the catch. But the Giants get 3 more. On 3 hits, there was 1 Angel error and 1 man left. And at the end of 2, the Giants 6, the Angels nothing, on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the Movie Channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
As fast as the 03 Toyotas are coming in, they're moving out even faster because this is Toyota's most exciting lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs ever. Now you can drive home a spacious 03 Sienna van and get $1,000 factory cash back. There's also $1,000 cash back when you buy or lease any rugged 03 Tundra, available with a powerful iForce V8. You can even get a special introductory 2.9% APR on the 03 Camry sedan. Hurry! There are great deals on the sporty 03 Corolla, the revolutionary Matrix, and the in-your-face Tacoma. So here come the 03 Toyotas, and there they go. Just see your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota. We make it easy. Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
Hi, this is Carolyn Gracie from the Coast 103 Afternoon Show, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Top of the 3rd inning. It's been all San Francisco tonight. 6-0. The Giants lead the Angels. And Jarrod Washburn will hit. He will lead off the third inning for Anaheim. So obviously he'll still be in there in the bottom of the third. Washburn 1 for 5 as a hitter this season. Schmidt's pitch to him is up high for a ball, 1-0. Jason Schmidt has looked just the opposite of Jarrod tonight. He's been sharp. He has struck out 4 of the 6 outs he's recorded. And there's a strike to Washburn, 1-1. Schmidt into his windup. The 1-1 pitch to Jarrod is hit down to shortstop. Aurelia gloves it. He throws it across for the out. So Jarrod made contact. 1 out in the top of the order coming up, David Eckstein.
Well, there might be some people wondering why would you even let Washburn bat in that situation. You've given up the 6 runs in the first 2 innings, and I just got to think that Mike is hoping to get a couple more innings out of Jarrod just to protect his bullpen for, the next 2 games, if there will be 2 more games left of this World Series. You don't want to have to go 6 innings in relief here tonight.
First pitch to Eckstein. Outside, ball 1. Eckstein had a solid single into center field his first time up. 1 out, nobody on. Eckstein takes high and tight. He is 7 for 19 in the World Series. Don't forget the Angels were down 6-1 in the game to the Yankees in the ALDS. Came back to win it. They're down 6-0 here tonight. There's a pitch outside to Eckstein, and it's 3-0. Darren Erstad on deck for the Angels. 1 out, nobody on. 3-0 pitch. Eckstein takes, and it's ball 4. Jason Schmidt walks David Eckstein on 4 straight. With a 6-0 lead, that's not what he had in mind there. As it brings up Erstad. The Angels have the type of attack that can certainly generate some runs and come back into this ball game. It's only the 3rd inning, but they'll have to figure out some way also to slow down the Giants' attack. The pitch to Erstad is low. Schmidt's missed with 5 in a row, and Santiago goes out to talk to him. Schmidt didn't have too bad a walk ratio this year, 73 walks. In 185 innings, he struck out 196. So he had better than a strikeout per inning, as he does tonight. One ball, no strikes to Darren Erstad. Eckstein away from first base. Snow holding him on over there. Top of the 3rd inning. If you're just joining us, it's been all San Francisco. It's 6-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's high. Ball 2. So the home plate's moving around on Schmidt all of a sudden.
Now, one of the knocks on Schmidt has always been that he's a guy that has a tendency to think a little bit too much while he's out there on the mound.
Something that never plagues us too much. Eckstein goes, and the pitch is in there for a strike. They don't even make a throw. Eckstein steals second. So the count, 2 balls and 1 strike to Darren Erstad. That takes a double play away from the Giants. First World Series stolen base for Eckstein. The stretch by Schmidt and the pitch. Swing and a miss by Erstad. Good sinker by Schmidt, and the count goes to 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Eckstein at second. Erstad at the plate. Salmon on deck. 6-0 Giants in the top of the 3rd. Erstad trying to get something going for Anaheim. Here's the stretch by Schmidt. And the 2-2 pitch on the way. Pop fly behind third base. Bell racing out. It's going to drop in for a hit. Eckstein goes to third. Erstad has a bloop single down the third base line. So the Angels with a chance here to get something going as Erstad dunks one in behind David Bell at third. Before Salmon steps in, we'll pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Michael Jackson, weekdays 9 till noon.
Salmon struck out his first time up. Runners at first and third, one out. The Angels trying to get back in it here in the third inning. Schmidt from his stretch. The pitch to Salmon. On the outside corner, strike called. Salmon hitting .353 in the series, 6 out of 17. Angels trying to get a rally going here in the top of the third inning to get back in the ballgame. The Giants with 3 in the first and 3 more in the second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Salmon looks at one down low. 1 ball and 1 strike to Tim. 5 hits in the game for the Giants, plus 5 walks by Washburn. The Angels now have 3 hits. 1-1. Salmon waits. Throw to first base. Erstad dives back in there. Erstad being held on by J.T. Snow. Eckstein talking to Ron Renicky, the Angels' third base coach, as he takes his leadoff down the line. The Giants looking for 2 on the infield. The Angels looking to get back in the game. Here's the stretch. And the 1-1 pitch. Low and outside, ball 2. So Schmidt is getting up there in the pitch count department. He's thrown 48 now with only 1 out in the third inning. Angels have made him work a little bit. The Angels left 2 men on in the first inning. They did go out 1, 2, 3 in the second. 2 balls and 1 strike to Tim Salmon. The check by Schmidt. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. Good breaking ball. Strike 2. I don't know if Salmon will see a fastball. Schmidt has made Tim miss badly on breaking balls. The count is 2-2.
He struck out Salmon with a slider back in the first inning. That last pitch, another slider that he got Salmon a wave at. That's a pitch low and away to a hitter. You have to try to take that the opposite way. It's a very tough pitch to pull.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, 2 men on. Here's the stretch by Schmidt. And the 2-2 to Salmon. Erstad goes, and it's fouled back out of play. Erstad easily had that base stolen, as Eckstein easily stole second earlier in the inning. Maybe with a 6-run lead, Schmidt's not giving him that much of a look. Two balls, 2 strikes to Tim Salmon. Garrett Anderson waiting on deck for the Angels. Jason Schmidt reading Santiago. Erstad away from first base. Eckstein down the line at third. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed. He got him with a fastball. He kept it away from Salmon. And Tim, unable to make contact, strikes out for the second time tonight. That brings up Garrett Anderson with 2 out and 2 on. This is shades of the first game of this series where the Angels had runners on base. They had Salmon and Anderson up in some situations and could not score much. They lost 4-3. Now Garrett at the plate. Schmidt pitched to him. Breaking ball in there on the inside corner, 0-1. Garrett Anderson had a single his first time up. Runners on the corners. 2 outs in the third inning. Schmidt 0-1 to Garrett. Oh, that's way inside. It rolls away from Santiago, but not very far. Up under the arms of Garrett Anderson. 1 ball and 1 strike. So he knocked Gloss down with a pitch earlier tonight. And that one he grazed, just about grazed, Garrett's letters. Just missed him.
Pac Bell Park, there's not a whole lot of foul territory, not a whole lot of room behind home plate. It's even possible you could throw a wild pitch that could ricochet off the backstop back to the catcher, and you still might not be able to score from third.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Throw to first base. Erstad dives back in there. Anderson trying to get something across for the Angels here in the third inning. They're down by 6. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss and a good slider. Strike 2. So Schmidt had runners at first and third with 1 out. He has struck out Salmon, and now he's 1-2 to Garrett Anderson. He stares in at Santiago. Checks the runners. And the 1-2 pitch in the dirt, blocked nicely by Santiago. 2-2. That ball was a good 5 or 6 feet out in front of home plate. Benito, like a hockey goalie, flopping behind the plate to keep that ball in front of him. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Garrett Anderson.
On that ball that bounced in, Garrett was in no hurry to move out of the batter's box, so Santiago kind of ran into him. There was some contact there.
Eckstein at third, Erstad at first. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a line drive to right, but it's right at Sanders, and that'll end the inning. No runs for the Angels, 1 hit. They leave 2. We head to the bottom of the third. It is the Giants 6, the Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
You're chugging around third, trying to beat the throw home. A few feet away, you fly and stop 3 inches short. Not the best move for you or your back, because right now, it's feeling the pain. And it needs a Thermacare heat wrap. Put one on your sore, aching muscles and get 8 hours of heat for deep down pain relief in your back, neck, or shoulders. Get Thermacare in the pain reliever aisle or a free offer at Thermacare.com. And stock up, because you love to slide, no matter how far you get.
Meineke believes the most important part of your braking system is you, because the feedback your car gives you may signal it's time for new brakes. So if you feel a vibration in your brake pedal or a pulling to one side, do what George Foreman does. Take it to Meineke.
You can always have your brakes checked by the pros at Meineke, and right now you'll get 50% off lifetime pads and shoes.
Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot. 50% off break offer ends November 10th. See participating locations for details.
Sure, there's a lot of talk out there, but Phil Donahue makes you think. Donahue, weeknights, 8/7 Central on MSNBC. This month, Republican Senator Orrin Hatch on why he thinks we should go to war in Iraq. Plus, controversial filmmaker Michael Moore in a live town hall meeting.
Encouraging folks to think for themselves.
And actress Gina Davis on her new crusade for women's rights. When you think newsmakers, think Donahue. Weeknights, 8/7 Central on America's News Channel, MSNBC.
Hi, this is Billy Sample, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran from back in the day, encouraging you to go to WorldSeries.com for all of your baseball needs. Before the game, get the matchups, read the inside stories, and play one-of-a-kind trivia and fantasy games. During the game, catch the live audio broadcast from Game Day Audio. When it's all over, get the post-game news, comprehensive stats, inside stories, and watch our exclusive online video post-game shows. WorldSeries.com has it all. Log on and see for yourself.
Hey, it's Valentine from KISS FM, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Bottom of the third inning, 6-0 San Francisco. They have numbers 8, 9, and 1 due up this inning. David Bell to lead things off against Washburn here in the third. Jarrod winds on the pitch to Bell. Breaking ball in there for a called strike, 0-1. Bell walked with the bases loaded, getting an RBI his first time up. Washburn's 0-1 pitch. Fastball hitting the hole at shortstop. Eckstein backhands it. His long throw won't get him. That's hit number 6 for the Giants tonight. Now Jason Schmidt coming up. They'll probably have him bunt. Jason Schmidt was a strikeout victim in the first inning as the Giants batted around. Cezio playing up on the grass at first base. Bell gets his lead off behind him. Schmidt's around the bunt and gets it down. Washburn fields it. He throws to first base. Kennedy covering for the out. Schmidt gets his job done, getting the bunt down. 1 out, a runner at second base. And Kenny Lofton coming up. Lofton's already been up twice in the first 2 innings. He already has 2 hits and 2 runs scored. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Anaheim Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Anaheim Angels. Lofton at the plate. Washburn's pitch to him. Curveball in for a strike, 0-1. Another tip-off that Jarrod struggles tonight is how many batters he's starting with a curveball. He's a high fastball pitcher. There's another breaking ball, and it's grounded to second. Kennedy has it, throws Lofton out. Bell goes on to third. 2 outs in the third, and now Rich Aurelia, who has been robbed twice by Erstad, especially the second time when Darren went diving into the gap to take a hit away from him. Aurelia would just as soon not hit the ball to center field, you'd have to think.
Well, he's hit the ball about as hard as anybody in their lineup, but as you mentioned, nothing to show for it. Erstad's been busy out there in center field in the first few innings. He had all 3 put-outs last inning and retired Aurelia in the first inning on a fly ball.
The Giants have a runner at third with 2 outs. Washburn's pitch. Aurelia takes it in the dirt. Ball 1. Two out, 1 on. 6-0 San Francisco in the third inning. Game 5 of the World Series going the Giants' way so far. Washburn looking in. Jarrod into his stretch. Here's the 1-0 pitch. A fly ball into center. Well hit. Erstad going back. He's going to have room just at the track. He makes the catch. Aurelia can't avoid Erstad. And the Giants in the third inning get no runs on a hit. They leave a man at third. At the end of 3, San Francisco 6. The Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Going into our wine department?
Yes.
Here's Corky, your guide dog.
What?
So you don't get lost.
In the wine department?
Oh, it's as big as a canyon.
That's the wine I'm looking for.
Corbett Canyon.
Sounds wonderful.
Sure is. A small price for very good wine. Hey, Corbett Canyon Chardonnay. Incredibly rich, flavorful.
Where is it?
Corky knows. Over the wooden bridge left at Glen Ellen.
Right. Good taste is worth repeating. Corbett Canyon. Corbett Canyon Vineyards, San Luis Obispo, California.
If you really
care about your car. It's a good thing you can't see what happens to your engine every time you drive. Because if you could see the wear and tear, the gradual loss of compression, the layers of sludge slowly building up, it would drive you nuts. If you care about your car, spend a little more to protect it. Syntec Motor Oil by Castrol. Its patented technology provides ultimate protection for your car's engine. Syntec by Castrol. It's the most important thing you can do for your car.
Hello?
Hi, is this the North Point Oceanographic Institute?
Yes, it is.
And do you have shrimp there?
Yes, the Institute has several species of shrimp.
Okay, well, how much would you say 30 of your shrimp cost?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now, at Red Lobster, you can get 30 delicious shrimp for $9.99. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix and match a whole plate full of savory scampi, shrimp pasta, and golden fried shrimp. Do you have anything like that at the Institute?
No.
30 scrumptious shrimp for $9.99. Now at Red Lobster.
Do you feel like your debt problems are beyond help? Now there's a nonprofit organization that can help you reduce your monthly payments as much as 50%. It's called Ameridebt. Ameridebt can help reduce or even eliminate your interest rates, and they'll consolidate your bills into one lower monthly payment. If you have more than $2,000 in debt, call Ameridebt now for a free debt consultation. Not available in all states. Call 1-888-525-4440. That's 1-888-525-4440.
I'm KFI's Dr. Laura, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Through 3 innings tonight, it has been all San Francisco. The Giants lead the Angels by a score of 6-0. 6 runs, 6 hits, no errors for the Giants. No runs, 3 hits, and 1 error for the Angels. So the Angels have a lot of work to do. We go to the 4th inning. Here's Terry Smith.
All right, thanks, Rory. It'll be Troy Gloss to lead it off. Gloss, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Angels have had some base runners against Schmidt, but have not been able to cash in so far. Stranding 4 and leaving a couple in scoring position. Schmidt ready. Here's the first pitch on Troy, and he takes that one for a strike on the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Infield back, the outfielder straight away. The breeze appears to be blowing from right to left at the moment. The pitch. And that's fouled back to the screen, so the count quickly jumps to 0-2. Schmidt is throwing hard. He's been using a steady diet of fastballs throughout the first few innings. He has been throwing that slider effectively as well. And he's already notched 5 strikeouts out of the first 9 outs he's recorded. The 2-strike pitch. That one bounces in. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gloss has had a good World Series. He's had a very solid postseason. And he hit well against Schmidt in Game 1 of this World Series with a pair of homers against him. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-hander against right-hander. A couple of big guys squaring off here. And the 1-2 delivery. A swing and a miss. Fastball struck him out. That one 97 miles per hour.
Schmidt has challenged the big hitters in the Angel lineup. So he has struck out Salmon twice, and now he has struck out Gloss twice.
So here is Scott Spezio. Well, he's had the luxury of working with a 6-run lead since the end of the 2nd inning. He had a 3-run lead as he got ready to work in the 2nd. Pitch on its way. That one is fouled back behind the plate. Angels hitters late on the Schmidt fastball here. No balls and 1 strike to count on Scott Spezio. Scott was a strikeout victim his first time up. 6 runs, 6 hits for San Francisco. No runs on 3 hits for the Angels. 0-1 on Spezio. And that one, this is high. The count even. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Hey, Angels fans, visit angelsbaseball.com for the best selection of official World Series merchandise. To support your American League champion Angels and dress in style, go to angelsbaseball.com. The pitch. That's inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Tomorrow will be an off day. And then Game 6 of the World Series at Edison Field.
The pitching matchup, Kevin Apier against Russ Ortiz. That game is sold out. No tickets available back in Anaheim. 2-1. That one's fouled back, not too far from the booth. Back and out of play. And the count even, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Before the ball game this afternoon, Scott Spezio with his father down on the field. They were actually playing catch along the first base line in foul territory. Joe Madden, the Angels bench coach, joking around with Scott, saying, "What is this, the field of dreams?" As the elder Spezio playing catch with his son. The 2-2, and that one is low. 3 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see what gives on the 3-2 pitch. Schmidt has walked 1, and here it comes. Ball fouled back again behind home, so Spezio battling, hanging in there with the count 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I asked Ed Spezio if he enjoyed Scott's musical talent. He said, "Well, to me, music is Jack Jones and Frank Sinatra. I don't really know what Scott's doing there, but the young people sure seem to like him," was about all they could say about it.
He must have enjoyed Tony Bennett singing here.
Yeah, he did. He's mentioned that.
Yep. 3 balls and 2 strikes. And the next payoff pitch, that one's hammered but foul down the right side, down around the Angels' bullpen area. So it's still 3 balls and 2 strikes. Talking about Scott Spezio and his dad having a little catch before the ball game. We've seen Scott and his son Tyler out at Edison Field during the World Series, especially on the workout days. He's taken his young son to the ballpark. There's a pitch that misses high, and it'll be ball 4. So the Angels have a 1-out base runner, and the batter now will be Adam Kennedy. Adam with a ground out to first, his first time up. You see the Angels starting to get some movement down in the bullpen. It looks like Scott Shields will begin to warm up. And Jarrod Washburn is slated to bat after Benji Molina, who's now waiting on deck. So we'll likely see a pinch hitter if we do get that far here in this inning to pitch. And that one is a pitch that misses for a ball. The count 1 ball, no strikes.
Angels haven't had much trouble getting base runners. They just can't get them in. They had 2 men on in the first inning and left them stranded. 2 men on in the third inning, left them stranded. And now Dave Righetti goes out to talk to Schmidt.
And that meeting going on out there, the pitching coach. There was some talk during this season that Dave Righetti might be headed to New York to be the Yankees pitching coach, but Mel Stottlemyre has announced that he will be back next season with the Yankees. There was some talk of Stottlemyre retiring. He's had a lot of health problems in recent years, but he was feeling a lot better this season and told Joe Torre he wanted to come back for another year. So it would appear Righetti will be staying with the Giants. Of course, they have to decide who their manager will be next season, whether they will retain Dusty Baker, who's in the final year of his contract. 1-0 pitch. Smack foul over on the right side. Count even, it's 1 ball, 1 strike on Adam Kennedy.
I want to congratulate Ken Maka if indeed he does get that job in Oakland. Certainly well deserving of it. All the reports here seem to indicate that he'll get that position once Art Howe moves to New York. But if Maka doesn't, well, he'll get one somewhere. He's a manager waiting to happen.
Art Howe leaving the A's to take over the Mets. 1-1. And that one is a little bit low and inside. Fans didn't like the call. 2 balls and 1 strike. What a changing of the guard there will be in the American League West for next season as far as managers. Seattle will have a new manager, and Oakland and Texas with Buck Showalter there.
Right.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Socha's the dean.
Here's the pitch. And checking the swing was Kennedy. Fouled that one off on the third base side. So the count level at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Schmidt, as he works here in the fourth with a 6-0 lead, struggling a bit with his location. Walked the batter in this inning. He had fallen behind on Kennedy, but has gotten the count even at 2-2. Thrown 72 pitches, 45 for strikes, 27 out of the strike zone. Long look in for Schmidt. He's taking a lot more time between pitches now. He's ready. And 2-2. That's fouled off by the plate. So the count remains even at 2 balls and 2 strikes, unless the Angels have a big comeback tonight here in Game 5 of the World Series. The Halos could be going into Saturday's game, Game 6, facing elimination. So even more pressure possibly on Kevin Napier, who is going to get the start for the Halos in that one. Two pitch. Again fouled off. So we've seen some of the Angels hitters, including Kennedy right here, really working Schmidt tonight. But the Angels, as was the case after the third inning of last night's ball game, unable to get any key hits against the Giants pitchers. Last night, after the third, the Angels' bats really went quiet. Had only 3 hits in the last 6 innings of last night's game. The Angels did not get a runner past first base after the third inning last night.
All 3 of those hits resulted in double play.
And tonight, the Angels have had 3 hits, and they've all been singles. 2-2 on Kennedy. There goes the runner. The pitch is pop back foul, and that's going to head back to the seats on the third base side. So Kennedy continues to wear out Schmidt here with Benji Molina waiting on deck. Schmidt, a key acquisition by the Giants last year. They got him from the Pirates. He was originally in the Braves organization. He said he learned a lot from being around the likes of Maddox and Glavine and Schmidt. There's a swing and a miss on the 2-2. After all of that, Kennedy is down on strikes. So both outs in the inning have come on strikeout. And 7 outs out of the 11 recorded by Schmidt have come on strikeouts. And that was a pitch there that just dropped off the table. So here's Benji Molina with 2 outs. Spezio on at first. See Brad Fulmer coming out to the on-deck circle. If Benji can keep this inning alive, Fulmer would pinch hit the pitch. That one popped foul down the right side. Sanders is chasing. He will run out of room in foul territory. That one gets back to the seats and out of play. No balls and 1 strike. 6-0 in favor of the Giants here in Game 5 of the World Series. The Giants scored 3 times in the bottom of the first. In that first inning, Jarrod Washburn walked 4 batters, including 3 in a row, and walked in a run. And then it wasn't much better in the second inning when the Giants scored 3 more times in that inning. 0-1 pitch. Popped up, right side. Should be the inning. The second baseman, Ken, on the outfield grass, puts it away. So the Angels go down here in the fourth. In the inning, no runs, no hits, a walk, no errors. And the Angels leave their 5th runner on base. We are getting set to move to the bottom of the fourth. It's the Giants 6, the Angels no score. Washburn will continue as he heads out to the mound. We're in Game 5 of the 2002 World Series on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Who has the best travel deals online? Listen to this story from a real Hotwire customer.
The last ticket I booked with Hotwire was from Chicago to Atlanta. It was an all-around good experience. It was a very affordable ticket, and I was happy with the flight times.
Ever try Priceline?
Yes. I prefer the way Hotwire is set up because I hate the way that you have to put in your credit card and, like, you bought it on Priceline. I like the way Hotwire will show you the price, and you can choose whether to buy it or not.
Hotwire doesn't ask to see your credit card before giving you a price. Just log on to Hotwire and take the Hotwire Travel Challenge.
If I said you could clean the inside of your car's engine while driving the kids to soccer practice, would you believe it? Well, believe it. See, if you drive hard or sometimes use a lower quality gas, carbon deposits can build up inside your engine and rob you of power. So just add a bottle of Techron concentrate at your next fill up. It's unbeatable at cleaning up carbon deposits in combustion chambers, intake valves, and fuel injectors while you drive. Techron concentrate restores performance in just one tankful.
In history, a few nations stand out for their contributions to world culture. Rome's Colosseum, Greek philosophy, and who could forget Egypt's pyramids? Well, roll over Tutankhamun and tell Aristotle the news. Here comes Holland. The guys over there who created Amstel Light are responsible for brewing a light beer that tastes like real beer. Now, I'm not claiming Amstel Light is the peak of civilization, but it's pretty high on the list. Always satisfying, never watered down. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer. Imported by Amstel USA, White Plains, New York.
Hey, what are you doing down here with that soap?
It's Coast Soap, the eye-opener. I'm seeing if I can wake these fools up.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to work.
It's Coast. It's got a refreshing, exhilarating fragrance that'll wake anybody up.
It's a morgue.
A thick, rich lather.
It's a morgue.
Yeah, but have you smelled this? Here, smell this.
Hey! Delightful, but it's a morgue.
Coast Soap isn't for everyone, but if you're listening to this and you're alive, then it's perfect. Coast, the eye-opener. And try new Coast Max with Aloe. Coast's maximum deodorant protection with skin conditioning Aloe.
Hi, this is Karen Sharp from Love Songs on the Coast and Coast 103.5, and you're listening to the Angels on KLAC.
Bottom of the fourth we go. Giants will be sending up the meat of their order. 3, 4, and 5, Kent Bonds and Santiago against Angels left-hander Jarrod Washburn. Washburn was the losing pitcher in Game 1 of the World Series, and he is trailing by 6 runs here in Game 5. The pitch. That one is low and inside. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Kent with a walk and a double and 2 runs scored. He's officially 1 for 1. Had only 4 hits, though, and 17 times up here in the World Series. The pitch. And he lifts one in the air into right field. It's hanging up for Tim Salmon. He's there waiting. He'll squeeze it. And that'll be the first out. So Washburn has retired the last 4 in a row, which is by far his longest string in this game, and Barry Bonds will be the batter. And the Angels will pitch to Bonds here as they put the shift on. 3 infielders on the right side. The pitch on Bonds, that one bounces in for ball. All 3 infielders on the right side, Spezio, Kennedy, and Eckstein, every one of them playing on the outfield grass. And even Gloss, who's the only infielder on the left side on the grass, the pitch. That one missed inside, 2 balls and no strikes. So there's not a single Angels infielder who's actually on the infield. Here's the next delivery. And that one's fouled back, not too far away from our booth here. 2 balls and 1 strike. Hope you're enjoying the action tonight. Game 5 of the World Series. Wish we had some better news for you. It's been all San Francisco tonight. They lead it 6-0 as they bat in the bottom of the 4th. The 2-1 pitch. It's popped in the air into shallow left field. Garrett Anderson waiting for it. He's under. He'll squeeze it, and that's the second out. So Bonds an easy out. First time he's been retired tonight. And Santiago will be the next batter. Jarrod Washburn, who's pitching tonight here at Pac Bell Park, is pitching with a number of friends on hand from his hometown of Webster, Wisconsin. He's had his family watch him during the playoffs in the postseason. But last Saturday, when Jarrett was on the mound in Game 1 of the World Series, get to it after the first pitch on Santiago, and that one is a strike on the outside corner. Last Saturday, Washburn was slated to be a best man in his best friend's wedding back in Webster. His best friend is named Aaron Hunter. And Jarrod, of course, was pitching for the Angels against these Giants back at Edison Field. So obviously he missed the wedding. Even though he was slated to be the best man, he had already gotten his tuxedo, rented his tux, but that was way before the Angels went on this run in the postseason. 1 ball, 1 strike on Santiago, the pitch. And that one is a pitch in there for a strike. It's now 1-2. So with Jarrod missing the wedding, he felt so bad about it that he ended up flying his friend Aaron Hunter and his new wife here to San Francisco, and they're watching this ball game tonight. The pitch, that one is outside, and the count 2-2. So they changed their honeymoon plans, and they're having their honeymoon here in San Francisco, all expenses paid by Jarrod, who felt so badly that he wasn't there for the wedding. 2-2 pitch. That one's hit a long way down the left field side, tight to the line. It is going to be a foul ball. It had the home run distance, but Santiago just pushed it to the left of that left field foul pole. Just a long strike, and the count holding at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Jarrod's friend was married last Saturday. They actually moved up the wedding a couple of hours just so they could make sure the wedding ceremony was over, and so all those big Jarrod Washburn fans back in Webster, Wisconsin could watch Game 1 of the series. The 2-2 pitch. Ball smacked fair right to the third baseman Troy Gloss. His throw to first, dug out by Scott Spezio, and the inning is over. So Washburn with his first 1-2-3 inning tonight, and that'll do it for the Giants here in the 4th. No runs or hits, no errors, and nobody left. We're headed to the 5th. The Angels will be sending up a pinch hitter in all likelihood for Jarrod Washburn, the next nine in Erstad. We head to the 5th. San Francisco leading 6-0 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
I've got this neighbor, and once he found out I worked for Edison, he started asking me for advice. You know, energy tips and stuff. I told him what to look for, which appliances waste more. Saved him a lot of money. The guy thought I was a hero. I kept trying to tell him anyone can get this information from our website.
At Southern California Edison, we want to help you save energy and save money. Visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey. You get energy-saving tips customized just for you. Another way to save is by buying Energy Star products, like compact fluorescent bulbs. You can even get rebates on some items, like programmable thermostats, pool pumps, and central air conditioners. To get started, just visit SCE.com and click on Rebates and Offers, or call 1-800-736-4777. And look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. Let us show you how. A message from your friends and neighbors at Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Ellen Kay from KISS FM. You're listening to the World Series on KLAC. Go Angels!
Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles, home of Clark Howard, weekdays from 4 to 7 p.m.
5th inning will begin with a pinch hitter. Orlando Palmeiro will be batting for Jarrod Washburn. Washburn went 0 for 1 tonight with a ground out, so his numbers pitching-wise tonight, Jarrod worked 4 innings, and he surrendered 6 hits and 6 runs. He ended up walking a total of 5. 2 of the walks were intentional, and Washburn had 1 strikeout. He will leave as the pitcher of record, no chance to win it, and on the hook for his 2nd straight World Series loss. So Orlando Palmeiro will get ready to bat. Palmeiro has not had a whole lot of at-bats during the postseason. He's had just 4, and he's 0 for 4. This will be the 4th time that he's been used as a pinch hitter here in the postseason. See Bud Black talking to Washburn in the dugout. Jarrod looks a little distraught, disappointed by how he pitched tonight in a very important ball game. The first delivery is fouled off on the left side. That one is back to the seats and out of play. So the count, no balls and 1 strike. The Angels have announced that Kevin Napier will pitch Saturday in Game 6. And no word yet, if we go 7, who the starting pitcher will be for the Angels. That one is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. It would be Ramon Ortiz's turn in the World Series rotation, but Mike Scioscia has said that he will wait and see, number one, if there is a 7th game, and if there is, then he'll decide who will pitch that game. There's one that's ripped down the right side by Palmeiro. That is a fair ball. It's a 1-hopper off the wall. Firing it back to second base, but late is Sanders. And at second base with a lead-off double is the pinch hitter Orlando Palmeiro. So he gets his first World Series hit. David Eckstein will be the batter. Eckstein has been on base a couple of times tonight with a single and a walk. So the Angels continue to get hits and base runners, but getting them in has been a problem. And it's really been a problem since the end of the 3rd inning last night. Here's the pitch. That one is a little bit low and away for a ball. The count 1 ball, no strikes. Angels have gone 10 straight innings without a run here in San Francisco. The pitch, that one is ripped but foul down the left side. So the count even, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. With Washburn being lifted for the pinch hitter, right now the Angels do not have any action in the bullpen, but you can bet someone will start loosening up soon. Scott Shields has been up a couple of times tonight warming up. There's a pitch that's low and away, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Kind of a chilly night now here at Pac Bell. Bit of a breeze blowing tonight. The pitch, and there's one chopped foul over on the left side. The count even, it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Out in the McCovey Cove, there's one of those old-time paddle boats, it looks like. They call it the San Francisco Bell. That boat will ferry people out there in the bay in the McCovey Cove over to the ballpark. They'll dock that and then take off. The pitch, that one's fouled off on the right side, back to the seats again. So Eckstein, who has battled well tonight, continues to foul some pitches off. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner at second, Palmeiro. Eckstein at the plate, nobody out. 6-0 San Francisco. The Angels batting here in the 5th. Schmidt wheels around, bluffs the toss to second. Thrown 86 pitches in the ball game, so his pitch count starting to rise, and we're only in the 5th. Giants got some very good relief pitching last night in Game 4 of this World Series. The 2-2 on Eckstein. He grounds the ball out of the reach of the third baseman Bell, and it goes through into left field. Palmeiro will move up 1 base to third. The Angels have something brewing as Eckstein is on base with his second hit. He's been on safely 3 straight times, and now Darren Erstad will be the batter. So the Angels have put a couple more on base. It hasn't come easy tonight for Schmidt, even though he's been working with this big lead.
But he's been able to get the outs. He's got a lot of his outs tonight via the strikeout. Of the 12 outs he's recorded, 7 have come on strikeouts. So the Angels are threatening once again. Erstad has been on base twice, a fielder's choice and a single. He's 1 for 2. Schmidt ready. The Giants right-hander delivers. And the pitch, that one is drilled into right field. Sanders near the rim of the track, on the track, will make the catch. Tagging at third base, scoring easily on the sacrifice fly will be Palmeiro. And the Angels are on the board. It's now a 6-1 Giants lead. So the Angels do put a run on the board. Eckstein remained at first on that sac fly. Tim Salmon will be the batter. At RBI, the second one for Erstad here in the World Series. He's had 6 RBIs in the postseason. So Salmon the batter. Tim has had a tough night against Schmidt. 2 strikeouts and 2 times up. Right-hander against right-hander. The pitch. Here's one ripped off the mound and through into center field. Eckstein is going to head for third. Here comes the throw. He is safe. And runners are at the corners. Good, solid, aggressive base running by Eckstein as he tested the arm of Lofton, who threw a strike to third base, but just a little late. Salmon with that single, a ball that skipped off the back part of the mound. Schmidt vacated the mound on the follow-through, and then that ball caromed off the mound into center. So the Angels have more brewing here, and that brings Dave Righetti, the Giants pitching coach, out to the mound to have a word with Schmidt. They're going to get a little movement down in their bullpen. We'll see if indeed they begin to warm someone up. Dave Righetti's been out to the mound a few times in this game, even though Schmidt's been working with the big lead throughout most of the game. Angels finally getting on the scoreboard against them. Now the home plate umpire Mike Riley goes out to the mound to break up the meeting. Left-hander Chad Zerbe is the pitcher who's warming up. So here's Garrett Anderson. Garrett has a single and a line out, 1 for 2. He's had 7 hits in the World Series, but all singles. Garrett's driven in 2 runs in the series, and he bats with runners at the corners here. Schmidt is set. He's ready to come in from the stretch. First pitch on Garrett, and he swings and fouls that one back behind home. Out of play. No balls and 1 strike. Well, now we see Brendan Donnelly warming up for the Angels. So apparently it'll be Donnelly who comes in to pitch in the bottom of the 5th. 0-1 the count. Schmidt delivers, and there's a swing and a pitch that gets away from the catcher Santiago. Breaking for the plate and scoring is Eckstein. Moving to second is Salmon, and it's now 6-2. Eckstein went charging down that third base line and went diving head first to the plate, beat the throw, and the Angels get a gift run right there. The count on Jarrod is no balls and 2 strikes. A runner at second base in Tim Salmon. They will score that as a wild pitch against Schmidt, enabling the 2 runners to advance and the run to score. 6-2, the Angels trail. The pitch on Garrett. And did he go around on that high fastball? Yes, he did. Couldn't hold up on it. Struck him out. Second out in the inning. First time Anderson has struck out. Troy Gloss will bat. Troy has struck out twice. Gloss in game 1 of the World Series. Homered twice against Jason Schmidt. And boy, a long ball here would put the Angels right back in this ball game, trailing by 4 at the moment. Here's the pitch.
And that one's up and in for a ball. The count 1 ball, no strikes. 6-2, the Giants leading. Angels batting here in the 5th inning, having scored twice in the inning, having a runner at second with 2 outs. Schmidt looks at second. Salmon leads off the bag. The pitch on Gloss. High again. Another fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. Scott Spezio would be up next if the inning continues. Spezio has been the biggest run producer of all the Angels in the postseason. 2 balls and no strikes on Gloss. The next delivery, he took a good cut at that one and fouls it back. A little bit late on that fastball. 2-1 the count. Schmidt has been working Gloss tonight, up and in for the most part. The 2 strikeouts he's gotten against Troy have been fastballs rising inside. Tough pitches to handle. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the next pitch. And that one is low, so it's 3-1. If Gloss gets on base, Spezio would be up next. Donnelly continues to warm up for the Angels down the right side. And Zerbe continues to warm up for the Giants. Three balls and 1 strike on Troy Gloss. And now Schmidt shaking off Santiago. Steps off the rubber. See what happens on the next delivery. 3-1 the count. Here it comes. And that's a pitch in there for a called strike. Ross thought that fastball might have been a little bit high and a little bit upset with that call, so the count runs full. Schmidt has thrown 97 pitches as he works here in the 5th inning. Count full. Schmidt ready. Gloss awaits the pitch. Here it comes. It's popped foul back behind the plate and out of play. So Troy battling here with the count remaining at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Hey fans, the Angels Dream Week Fantasy Camp is your chance to play alongside Angels greats for 5 days as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the Angels spring training site in Tempe. For reservations, call 800-888-4376 or visit dreamweek.com. The pitch. There's a ball that's drilled into left field down the line, and that ball is off the wall. Being waved around and coming in to score is Salmon. And at second base with a ringing double up the left field wall is Troy Gloss. It's now a 6-3 ball game. So Gloss on that payoff pitch hammered that one. Had that ball been hit a few feet higher, it would have got out. He drilled it. It was a low line drive that hit the wall down in that left field corner. So the Angels have put 3 on the board. And now you sense the fans a little bit uneasy, as are some of those Giant coaches in their dugout, because the Angels are fighting back in this game. They've cut the lead in half. Another hit could mean another run. Spezio digs in the pitch. He takes it low and away. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Troy Gloss getting his 6th RBI in the World Series. And now Santiago is headed out there to have a word with Schmidt. I don't know if they're just doing some stalling to get Zerbe some more pitches in. He's been loosening up down in that bullpen. You got to think he would be ready by now. Sometimes on a cold night, though, it takes pitchers a little bit longer to get loose. Santiago back behind the plate. 1 ball and no strikes to count on Scott Spezio. Kind of get the feeling if Spezio gets a hit here that would be it for Schmidt. 1 ball, no strikes to count. Runner at second has lost the pitch. There's a ball nubbed foul on the third base side. So the count, 1 ball and 1 strike. This inning started off with a pinch hit double by Orlando Palmeiro. And after that pinch hit double, a lot of good things have happened for the Angels. The Angels have scored 3 times in this inning. Spezio is the 7th batter up in the inning. The Angels, for the game, have now had 7 hits, which is actually 1 more than the Giants. But the Giants have a 3-run lead. 1 ball and 1 strike on Spezio. Schmidt ready. He delivers. Spezio takes that one low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Talked about it earlier tonight when Schmidt had the 6-run lead, that he's a pitcher who has a tendency to think a little bit too much on the mound, and he might have started to get away from his game, trying to do what he does best. There's a pitch that misses low, and he's struggling with his location now. He's fallen behind 3-1 in this inning. He's wild pitched home a run. Hasn't walked any in the inning, but he's been getting behind hitters and paying for it. Voss, who hit the RBI double in the inning, the batter before Spezio, got that double on a 3-2 pitch. And now once again, Schmidt shaking off Santiago. So those two really having difficulty staying on the same page here. Adam Kennedy waits on deck. 3-1 to count on Spezio, the pitch. And that is low, and he walked him. So runners at first and second. Dusty Baker with the left-hander ready to come in, and Kennedy slated to bat. Dusty Baker is going to make a pitching change. And Schmidt, who had a 6-0 lead here in the top of the 5th inning, will be lifted, and he will not figure in the decision. He fails to go 5 innings. So we are going to have a pitching change. It's brought to you by Geico. One 15-minute call can save you up to 15% on car insurance. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. A break in the action. We'll return with more Angels World Series action in just a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Wow, it's a perfect weekend, and you're spending the day in the driveway under your car. Well, knowing you, it's been exactly 3,000 miles since you did the last oil change on that baby. Glad to see you care enough to use Chevron Supreme Multi-Grade Motor Oil. Its anti-wear formula reduces the heat and friction that can damage the engine, and it's formulated with isocin base oil for extra oxidation protection. What a combination. You, your car, Chevron Supreme Motor Oil, and a ball game on the radio.
There are only 95 calories in Amstel Light. Technically, that makes it a light beer. But how do you explain Amstel Light tasting like beer when it's only got 95 calories? Is it some freak of nature? Did the beer gods bestow the secret of great tasting light beer on Amstel and no one else? Did the beer fairy wave her magic wand over the brewery? Well, who knows? But there it is, folks, a light beer that tastes like beer, even if it is just 95 calories. Always satisfying, never watered down. Amstel Light, the beer drinker's light beer. Imported by Amstel USA, White Plains, New York.
I'm Bill Handel from KFI, and you are listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Chad Zerbe will take over for Jason Schmidt. We saw Zerbe pitch in Game 2 of the World Series, and that was the second game at Edison Field, and he came in after the Angels, you might recall, had knocked out Russ Ortiz in the second inning. And Zerbe did a very good job. He ended up going 4 innings. He gave up 2 runs, only 1 earned run. And that was the very first time he had pitched in the entire postseason. He did not appear in the NLDS or the NLCS. So he gets ready to make his second postseason appearance. And he will face Adam Kennedy. So Mike Socia letting Kennedy bat here against the left-hander. Adam is 0 for 2 tonight. And in the World Series, 5 for 16. 2 on with 2 out and 3 runs in. The pitch, that one misses for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Well, you got to like the fight in the Angels tonight, who are down 6-0 after 2 innings. And now it's 6-3, and the tying run is at the plate, and we're only in the top of the 5th. Derby ready, delivers. And that one is blooped foul back to the seats on the left side. So the count even, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Adam Kennedy, the MVP of the American League Championship Series. Angels beating the Minnesota Twins 4-1 in that series. This World Series is tied at 2 wins apiece. Game 6 will be Saturday at Edison Field. The pitch, and that breaking ball is in there. That was a good slow curveball. 1-2 the count. That one froze Adam Kennedy. Losses the runner at second. Spezio is on at first. Kennedy at the plate. Molina waiting on deck. 2 out. Derby ready, and the next pitch. That one is line foul down the left side. It drops over near the Giants bullpen area. So the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Kennedy cracked his bat on that last one, so he gets some new lumber. 8th batter up in the inning. If he gets on base and Molina steps up, would be the 7th time in the postseason that the Angels have batted around, sending 9 or more batters to the plate in 1 inning. The pitch. A ball that's lifted in the air into center field. Lofton has a beat on it, though, and he makes the catch. The ball was hit pretty well. It was tearing out there, but a out that sent Lofton near the rim of the track. So the Angels will settle for 3, leaving a couple on base. 3 runs in the inning, and the Angels did it with 4 hits, 1 walk, no errors, and 2 runners left. The bottom of the 5th is next. It's 6-3 San Francisco on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Eeny, meeny, miny, meet Mo. The world of color laser printers just got a better choice, Tiger. The full line of color laser printers from Ricoh. The new choice of the tech intelligentsia. From the tiny wonder AP206 to the award-winning AP3800 system, Ricoh gives you a choice beyond the usual suspects. That's why thousands of companies are turning to Ricoh Color to share their ideas. So the choice is clear. Eeny, meeny, miny, Ricoh. Ricoh, dependable, digital.
History made them famous. Ken Burns makes them real.
Thomas Jefferson embodied a spirit of optimism and a belief in the promise of America's future.
Every Monday, PBS presents a Ken Burns film, hosted by the filmmaker himself. This week, Thomas Jefferson.
Jefferson was, I think, the man of this millennium.
Ken Burns' American Story, Monday at 9 Eastern on PBS. Check local listings.
Hear that? Engine starting after months of storage with Sta-Bil Fuel Stabilizer. Cars, lawnmowers, leaf blowers. Without Sta-Bil, gas goes stale in 60 days. Engines gum up, won't start. But Sta-Bil keeps fuel fresh for over a year. So stored engines start quick and easy. Sound good? Then remember, when you store, start with Sta-Bil. Stabil in the automotive section.
Hey, it's Valentine from Chips FM. You're hanging out with the Angels and the World Series on KLAC.
Here in the Giants' 5th inning, they will face the Angels reliever Brendan Donnelly. And Donnelly here in the postseason is getting ready to work for the 9th time. The Angels are playing their 14th postseason game tonight. And Brendan Donnelly is 0-0. All the relief appearances producing no saves. He has a 6.00 earned run average. 9 innings of work, 6 hits, 6 runs, all earned. He's given up a couple homers, walked 3, struck out 7. Closing batters in the postseason are hitting just 182. So Donnelly's job now is to give the Angels, well, you got to think Mike Scioscia would like to get a couple of innings out of him, and certainly would like to get a couple of scoreless innings out of Brendan Donnelly. Reggie Sanders will be the first batter. Donnelly pitched a couple of nights ago in the opening game here in San Francisco, Game 3 of the World Series, and he pitched 2 scoreless innings. So Reggie Sanders will get ready to lead it off. Sanders has been intentionally walked, and he's also had a sac fly, so he's 0 for 0 with a run batted in. The pitch, and that one missed inside for a ball. The count, 1 ball, no strikes. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Talk Radio, AM 570, KLAC, Los Angeles, home of the Anaheim Angels.
1-0 pitch on Sanders. He swings right through that one for strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Reggie Sanders is a player who, during this past offseason, had a chance to become an Angel. Bill Stoneman was very interested in signing Sanders for a while to be a DH for the Angels, but Sanders still wanted to play the outfield. And then after the Angels acquired Brad Fulmer, there was no chance then that the Angels would sign Reggie Sanders, but the Angels were courting him for a while during the offseason. That one's fouled back behind the plate. 1-2 is the count. Sanders was with the Arizona Diamondbacks last year. They won the World Series. Now he's trying to be on his second straight World Series winner. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one's up and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Angels baseball here in the World Series is brought to you by Thermacare. Feel the difference between can't and can. 2-2 the count. Donnelly working slowly out there. Ready, delivers. That one's fouled back behind the plate. Fastball fouled back. 2-2 the count. Jarrod Washburn, the Angels starter, really struggled tonight. Although he finished his 4-inning stint a lot better than he started it. He actually retired the last 6 batters in a row. But in the first 2 innings tonight, Washburn faced 16 batters. The pitch. There's a high fly ball lifted deep down the left field side, tight to the line. It is a foul ball. It had home run distance, but Sanders pulled it foul down in that left field corner. So Donnelly can take a deep breath there. Boy, that was a pitch that was right in the hitting zone, and Sanders hit it. He hit it hard and far, but foul. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reggie Sanders has hit a couple of home runs here in the World Series. We haven't had any home runs hit yet tonight, although the 2 teams have scored some runs, 9 runs between them. There's a swing and a miss as Donnelly took a little something off that pitch and strikes out Sanders. So that's the first out. JT Snow will be the next batter. 6-3, the Giants are leading as they bat here in the 5th. Their bats have gone quiet since they had their second straight 3-run inning tonight. They scored 3 in the first and then 3 in the second, and since the second inning, they've had only 1 hit. 7 straight retired in a row. Snow, the batter, a walk and a fly out, 0 for 1. Donnelly delivers, and the left-handed hitting former Angel takes that pitch for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. JT Snow, one of the real good guys in Major League Baseball. Good spokesperson for the Giants. He was a popular player when he was the Angels. He does a lot of things in the Bay Area here for the Giants. 1 ball and 1 strike. His father, Jack Snow, has been here for the games in
San Francisco watching his son. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. The pitch. That one's fouled off of Snow as he fouled it off his foot. So the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Angels getting back in the game thanks to 3 runs in the top of the inning. Angels had a chance to get more in the 5th, but left runners on at first and second when the inning came to an end. Chad Zerbe, who got the final out against the Angels in the 5th inning, will be back out there to pitch in the 6th. There's no action for the Giants right now in their bullpen. Donnelly is working in his first inning of relief here in the bottom of the 5th. He's in front, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Snow. And Donnelly stepped off the rubber as he shakes off the sign of catcher Benji Molina. Snow patiently waiting in the box, swaying the bat below the knees, and now tired of waiting. And now we see Molina go out to have a word with Donnelly. We've seen Brendan Donnelly and Benji Molina, especially in the postseason, for whatever reason, either not being on the same page as far as the signals, but we've seen Donnelly shake off Benji from time to time, and they've had some get-togethers out there at the mound like they just had. Molina back behind the plate now. David Bell is waiting on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Snow. The pitch. He got him, swung on and missed. Nasty slider struck him out. So back-to-back strikeouts for Brendan Donnelly. 2 up and 2 down. David Bell will be the next batter. Bell's had a good game so far this evening. He's had a bases-loaded walk that drove in a run. And he's also singled. He's officially 1 for 1 with the run batted in. 2 outs, nobody on. Ready is Donnelly. Here's the pitch. And that one is fouled off on the right side, out of play. No balls and 1 strike. When we get to the 6th inning, Benji Molina, then the pitcher Brendan Donnelly. So we'll see what Mike Socia elects to do in that situation. And then it'll be David Eckstein batting 3rd in the top of the 6th. 6-3 the score. Giants on top. Here's the next pitch. And that one misses low and away. A slider, the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Game 6 of the World Series Saturday night at Edison Field. It'll be a rematch of Apier against Ortiz. Both of those pitchers really struggled when they squared off against each other in Game 2. Felix Rodriguez is now up for the Giants in their pen. The pitch. And that one is a strike on the outside corner. 1-2 the count. When J.T. Snow was batting earlier in this inning, the last hitter, he eventually struck out. He did foul a pitch off his leg, it appeared. The 1-2. That one is low. 2-2. And they've been checking out Snow in the Giants dugout on that third base side. So not sure if he's hurt to the point where he's not going to be able to continue in the ball game, but it did appear that he headed down towards the clubhouse area, down to the tunnel. So we'll see if he stays in the game defensively when we get to the 6th. Once again, Donnelly and Molina not on the same page, and tired of waiting with Bell, he backs out of the box. Brendan Donnelly is a strike away from having a 1-2-3 inning, but it's taking a long time to accomplish it. He's set, and the 2-2 pitch. That one's fouled off of Benji, and back to the backstop it goes. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Right now, the next batter who is scheduled for the Giants is the pitcher Zerbe. He's waiting on deck, although they do have Rodriguez
Felix Rodriguez warming up in the bullpen. 2-2 pitch. It's popped up, foul, first base side, playable. Spezio will make the catch just past the Angels' first base dugout over by the photo well, and that will end the inning. Good, solid fifth inning of work for Brendan Donnelly. No runs or hits, no errors, and nobody left. The sixth inning is next as we go there. 6-3 Giants in Game 5 of the 2002 World Series on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Print a picture with any Epson stylus photo printer. And thanks to incredible DPI, you'll get extraordinary detail like this. Thanks to superior 6-color photo inks, you'll also get the widest range of true color like this. Now, put it all together and you'll get this. Picture worth 1,000 words. That's yours for just a few notes. Around $99.
Only Epson prints borderless 4x6, 5x7, and 8x10 ready-to-frame photos. See a demo at your nearest retailer and enter the Epson Image Matters sweepstakes. You could win a Caribbean cruise and more. For a demo schedule and sweepstakes rules, visit Epson.com/win.
Okay, I'm at the age where it seems like I hate my parents. When they say,
we want to know who's going to be there.
And I say, leave me alone! I don't really mean it. Without parental supervision, I'm much more likely to smoke pot and stuff. So when they say,
we need to know.
And I say, none of your business! I'm really hoping my parents don't try to act like my friends. But I really need parents.
Talk, know, ask. Parents, the anti-drug. For more information, call 1-800-788-2800. Sponsored by the ONDCP and Partnership for Drug-Free America.
Herman Melville's Moby Dick, brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
I'm inside the whale. It is dark, it is cold, arg, and yet I'm in good spirits. Because with Geico, I get immediate claim service. Arg.
We get the ball rolling on your claim the moment you call, and you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
Hi, this is Mike Saccalurides. Just call me Angel of the Midday on Coast 103.5. And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Benji Molina will get ready to lead things off. Waiting on deck in the pitcher's spot in the order is Benji Gill. So he will be coming in to pinch hit. Zerbe getting ready to work in his first full inning of relief. First pitch on Molina. That one is up and in for a ball. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Felix Rodriguez is not warming up at the moment, but he's heading out to the bullpen to begin loosening up once again. Benji Molina 0 for 2 tonight. The pitch, he bounces one by the mound and through into center field. A leadoff base hit. So the Angels have their first batter on to start off the 6th inning. Boy, the hits are really starting to drop in for the Halos now. It's 5 hits over the last couple of innings, and now Benji Gill will be the pinch hitter for Brendan Donnelly. The Angels will begin to get action in the bullpen, and we see Scott Schoenweiss loosening up. So Benji Gill will pinch hit. And Benji has been a hitting machine in the postseason. He's been up 11 times with 7 hits, batting .636 in the postseason. In the World Series, he's 3 for 4, batting .750. Zerbe's pitch, swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. There's Benji Molina, the base runner over there at first base. A very slow runner. So it could be a situation where as long as he's on the bases, you're going to need a couple of hits to bring him in. Either that or a long one to get him home. The pitch. That's driven into center field. Lofton stumbled a bit and can't make the catch. The ball's over his head out to the 399 sign. Runners at second and third. Kenny Lofton stumbled on that ball that was hit right in his direction, and then he realized it was hit harder than he thought, and he tried to jump up and spear it and couldn't. So it's a pinch hit double. Runners at second and third.
The Angels have used 2 pinch hitters tonight, and they have both doubled. Palmeiro last inning, Gill this inning. Now they have the tying run at the plate with nobody out in the 6th inning, and Righetti going out to the mound once again.
So Rodriguez is warming up. Normally the pitching coach doesn't make a pitching change. Eckstein will be the next batter.
Rodriguez has been in every game, hasn't he?
Yeah, he sure has. Every game of this World Series and overall in their postseason. If he does appear tonight, and you got to think he will, he would be appearing in his 12th postseason game out of their 15. So runners at second and third. Both of the pinch hit doubles coming out of that 9-hole, the pitcher's spot. So here's Eckstein, who represents the tying run at the plate. Zerbe stays in there, and the pitch on David. That one is inside, 1-0. Now with Molina, the runner at third base, you're going to have to hit it fairly deep on a sac fly to get him in. But a base hit would bring him in, and David Eckstein is 2 for 2 tonight. Couple singles and a walk. The pitch. He takes that one for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Angels fighting and clawing and getting back in this ball game. Still trailing by 3, but having the tying run at the plate. Nobody out here in the 6th. Zerbe delivers. Eckstein with a number on the third base side, and that is going to be a foul ball. It hit off David's foot. The ball rolled into fair ground, but if the ball strikes the batter's foot and rolls fair, it is a foul ball. It's a dead ball once it hits off the batter.
Eckstein already has 2 hits tonight and a walk. He has scored a run. He has stolen a base. He's been active, and they would love a hit out of him right here.
So 1 ball and 2 strikes. David swaying the bat below the knees, always in constant motion as he awaits the pitch. The 1-2. He chops a ball out towards the shortstop. It'll get the runner in. The throw is in time at first. Molina on contact, was breaking for the plate and scores. It's a 6-4 ball game. Give Eckstein an RBI on that ground out. Moving on to third base, Benji Gill. And the Angels will have Darren Erstad coming to the plate. So Eckstein did his job with that ground out. David's 3rd RBI here in the World Series. 4 straight unanswered runs by the Halos. Now a fly ball deep enough to the outfield would mean another run if Erstad can deliver. Second baseman Kent went over to have a word with the pitcher Zerbe. Benji Gill leading off third. Darren Erstad tonight has a sac fly. Got that his last time up. He's also singled and reached on a fielder's choice. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI. The pitch. And he nubs one over on the first base side. Fielded by Zerbe. He flies the tag, and the runner can't come in. Boy, that was a fine play by the pitcher Zerbe. The catcher Santiago had to stay back to guard the plate. So it was only Zerbe who could have done anything there, and he came flying off the mound to field that ball and got the tag on Erstad about a quarter of the way up the first base line. Terrific play. Big out right there. 2 outs the runner has to hold. Unassisted put out for the pitcher. And now Dusty Baker is going to come out and pull Zerbe as they will bring in the right-hander Felix Rodriguez and also make a double switch here as well. Shinjo is going to come into the game defensively, and he will be replacing Sanders, and they'll make the double switch. So we have a break in the action with the pitching change. It's brought to you by Geico. One 15-minute call can save you up to 15% on car insurance. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. A break in the action. We'll return with more Angels World Series action. We're in the 6th inning. It's 6-4 Giants on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
To you, it's just a garage. But to that car, lawnmower, or leaf blower you store inside, it's a cold, dark, desperate place. A couple of months in there and even a good engine can go bad. Gasket stale, gum forms, engine won't start. There's a better way. With Sta-Bil Fuel Stabilizer. Sta-Bil keeps fuel fresh for over a year. So stored engines start quick and easy. Don't let a good engine go bad. When you store, start with Sta-Bil. Stabil in the automotive section.
It's the bottom of the ninth. High fly ball. You take off running, arms stretched out for a diving catch. The ball lands just outside your glove. Not pretty, because every last muscle in your back, neck, and shoulder is screaming for a Thermacare heat wrap. It'll give you 8 hours of heat for powerful relief that goes deep down, so your tight, aching muscles relax. Find Thermacare in the pain reliever aisle, or get a free offer at thermacare.com. Because the fun's in the diving, not in making the catch.
Dancing on the screen, you get the nastiest looks from the Blue Giants team. Hey, hey, Rowdy Monkey, you're the coolest monkey around. And thanks to you, we're winning. No one can shut the Angels down. It's just silly and funny, go bananas for every play. And thanks to your inspiration, we're number one is what we say. Hey, hey, Rowdy Monkey, at the big ad you can found. It's time to help you get ready and win the season in your town.
I'm Fox Sports AM 1150's Rich Marotta, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Tim Salmon gets ready to bat. Felix Rodriguez is the new pitcher. Runner at third base. A run in, 2 out. Salmon got a base hit his last time up. He's 1 for 3. Rodriguez, the hard thrower, delivers, and that first pitch fastball misses. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, the Angels will be making a pitching change when we get to the bottom of the inning. Weber and Schoenweiss are each warming up. Tsuyoshi Shinjo is now the new right fielder for the Giants. They made the double switch. Shinjo will end up leading off the bottom of the inning, the pitch. And that one is a pitch that misses ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. Rodriguez has been a real workhorse for the Giants here in the postseason. Appearing in his 12th postseason game, no wins, 1 loss. No saves, 2.13 ERA. 2-0 pitch. Salmon takes outside. It's now 3 balls and no strikes. The 1 postseason loss that Rodriguez has had for the Giants came against the Angels. In the World Series, he's 0-1. This is his 5th appearance. He's appeared in all 5 games, 3.60 ERA in the World Series. 3-0 the count on Salmon, who's the tying run at the plate. And a 3-0 pitch. There's a green light, but he bounces it right to third, fielded there by Bell, and he throws out Salmon. He was swinging 3-0. He hit it hard, but he hit it right at David Bell. So the inning is over. The Angels get 1 run. In the inning, the Angels had 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left at third. We are going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Angels have fought back, are within 2. It's 6-4 San Francisco on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Good evening, everyone. First time singing karaoke here. Coming at you with a little hot cross buns.
And that's a bad decision, Carl.
We're here at the GM Center for Good Decision Making, where we help ordinary people make good decisions.
Try another one, Carl.
Okay, tonight I'll be singing a medley of Gregorian chants.
It's our hope here at the center that when it comes time to buy a used car or truck, people will make the right decision with GM certified used vehicles. Each one gets a 100-plus point inspection, bumper-to-bumper limited warranty, even a 3-day, 150-mile satisfaction guarantee, all from the GM brand you trust. Let's try again.
I'm Carl. I signed up accidentally, and now I'm going to sit down.
There it is, pal.
GM certified used vehicles. The right way, the right car.
Now is the time to get a GM certified used vehicle from a participating Chevrolet, Pontiac, Buick, Oldsmobile, or GMC dealer. All qualified buyers can get 2.9% GMAC financing for up to 36 months on 1997 to 2002 Sunfires and Cavaliers. See your dealer for details and take delivery by October 31st, 2002.
Now I meet most of my customers online.
I was able to cut my travel budget in half.
I make 5 times as many sales presentations as before, right from my PC.
It's called WebEx.
We use WebEx to train our employees with online seminars.
Our tech support uses WebEx to remotely diagnose customer problems.
Major cost savings.
I love the simplicity.
Save more, make more.
Join thousands of companies already using WebEx meetings to cut travel costs and increase productivity.
Your first meeting will convince you, and that's free. WebEx. We've got to start meeting like this.
It's the bottom of the ninth. High fly ball. You take off running, arms stretched out for a diving catch. The ball lands just outside your glove. Not pretty, because every last muscle in your back, neck, and shoulder is screaming for a Thermacare heat wrap. It'll give you 8 hours of heat for powerful relief that goes deep down, so your tight, aching muscles relax. Find Thermacare in the pain reliever aisle, or get a free offer at thermacare.com. Because the fun's in the diving, not in making the catch.
Hi, this is Carolyn Gracie from the Coast 103 Afternoon Show, and you're listening to The Angels on KLAC.
As we get the bottom of the 6th underway, Ben Weber takes over for Brendan Donnelly. Donnelly had a good 5th inning, retiring 3 in a row, striking out 2 of the 3. And Tsuyoshi Shinjo will lead it off, batting out of the pitcher's slot. First pitch, that one is in there for a called strike. He was part of that double switch by Dusty Baker in the top of the inning, so he is batting 9th in their order. And now Reggie Sanders found the order, occupied by the pitcher. There's one line foul down the left side and back to the seats. No balls and 2 strikes. Shinjo in the postseason is 1 for 4. Right-hander against right-hander as Weber looks in for the sign. He's in front, 0-2. And the 2-strike pitch. That one's outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ben Weber in the postseason, appearing in his 9th game. No wins, 1 loss, no saves. ERA is 6.43. Ben has struggled here in the postseason. 1-2 pitch. Shinjo fouls that one back behind the plate. Count stays at 1-2. Let's pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Gil Gross mornings 5 till 9 a.m.
Shinjo moving back in the batter's box. Weber with the double pump and the pitch. And that's a called 3rd strike. Struck him out looking. Shinjo backed away off the plate, and that one nipped the inside corner. So Weber gets the first out. Boy, there has been a definite shift of momentum here at Pac Bell Park. Now, whether or not the Angels can hit back and tie this thing up or take the lead remains to be seen. There's still time to do it. The Angels have 9 more outs to play with in this game. But after getting behind 6-0, this club could have just quit, but there's never been any signs of quitting by the Angels all season long, and they've chopped 4 runs off the lead, trailing it 6-4. At the plate now is Lofton, the pitch. He takes the first one for a strike. 0-1 on Kenny Lofton. Lofton misjudged Benji Gill's double out in center field in the top of the inning. The pitch, here's a 1-hopper, hit the second right at Kennedy. He'll easily throw out Lofton, and that's the second out. So Weber has retired 2 batters in a row to get this bottom of the sixth underway. 2 quick outs. Rich Aurelia will be the next batter. Don't forget, after Game 5 of the World Series, Angels report will follow. Have a recap of the scoring, some of the play-by-play highlights. We'll have a chance to chat with one of the players of the game. It's all coming up right after Angels baseball. Aurelia has had about the toughest 0 for 3 you'll ever see. He has hit the ball right on the screws all 3 times up, but has hit the ball in the direction of Darren Erstad all 3 times up. First pitch of ball, the count 1-0. A couple of line outs, and then another ball that Erstad caught. It's retired him 3 times, and Aurelia has really hit the ball hard and deep. The pitch. He lines one just out of the reach of Gloss, and it gets through into left field for a 2-out hit. The 4th time that Aurelia's hit the ball hard. That's his first hit, and Gloss nearly caught that one as he went diving to his left and just couldn't quite get to it. Looked like that ball might have hit off the lip of his glove. It would have been a great play had Gloss made that diving catch. I think he might have just gotten a little bit of glove on that one. So here's Kent getting ready to bat. That is only the 2nd hit for the Giants since the end of the 2nd inning. Angels have out-hit the Giants 9-7, but trail 6-4. Pitch is fouled off by Kent, out of play on the right side. No balls and 1 strike. 6 runs, 7 hits for San Francisco. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Angels. Kent 1 for 2, a walk, a double, and a flyout. Angels have held him in check for the most part here in the World Series. He's driven in only 2 runs in the World Series. He had only 1 RBI for them through the NLCS. The pitch. And he lifts one in the air, hit well in the left field. Anderson is back, and that ball is gone. Boy, that's a backbreaker right there. Big hit right there for the Giants. That was huge. Kent with a 2-run, 2-out homer here in the 6th. And now it's an 8-4 Giants lead. Weber is ready. Here's the pitch. They will pitch to Bonds, and the first one is in there for strike 1, 0-1. Kent's other home run in the World Series came against Ramon Ortiz. The pitch. That's a liner that's in the gap in left center. That's going to roll out to the 382 sign. Bonds is headed for second with his 2nd double of the night. Benito Santiago will be the batter. We have seen Ben Weber in the postseason fail to close innings. We saw it in the American League Division Series against the Yankees when he had 2 outs and couldn't close up an inning. He retired the first 2 batters here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And now the Giants have scored 2 in the inning, and Santiago is going to be intentionally walked with first base open. That'll put runners on at first and second. That's not a bad move because it's the pitcher's spot in the order now. And we'll see what the Giants elect to do. It looks like they will pinch hit. Dunston apparently is going to pinch hit for Felix Rodriguez, the pitcher, the reliever. So runners on at first and second. after Weber got the first two batters out on a strikeout and a one-hopper to second. He's given up a single, a two-run homer, a double, and now he's walked the batter intentionally. 4 straight have reached base with 2 outs. Dunston will pinch hit. In the playoffs, Dunston has batted 8 times with 2 hits, 2 for 8, batting .250 with a run batted in. Veteran player, 39 years old. Well, you look at the meat of the order for the Giants tonight. Kent, Bonds, Santiago. Kent with 2 hits, 2 RBIs. Bonds with 2 hits, an RBI. Santiago, 1 hit, 3 RBIs. They have really done the job. Serious damage tonight. Dunston, the pinch hitter. And the pitch. That one is in there for a strike, 1-0. Well, Mike Scioscia tinkered with the idea of going with Scott Schoenweiss here in this 6th inning. He elected to go with Ben Weber, and it just hasn't worked out. Both were warming up when the Angels were batting in the top of the inning. No balls and 1 strike on the pinch hitter Dunston, and he chops that one foul. 0-2 the count. 8-4 San Francisco. The Giants' bats have heated up. Two strikes to count on Dunston. He has stepped out of the batter's box. Now he's back in. Weber ready. 0-2 pitch. Hot foul right side. That one's going to get back and out of play. Now, you know, if there's any team that Ben Weber would like to pitch well against, it's the Giants, a team that he pitched for briefly a couple seasons ago, was released by them, but it just hasn't worked out for him for the most part here in the World Series. 0-2 the count on Dunston. J.T. Snow would be up next. And the 2-strike pitch. Ball grounded foul on the left side. 0-2. After Weber had retired the first 2 batters in a row to start this inning off, Aurelia hit a ball that Gloss nearly caught at third base, trying to make a diving catch to his left. But he just couldn't quite get to it. It would have been a spectacular play for the out. And then after that, Kent punished a pitch over the wall into left field. 0-2 delivery. That one is inside on Dunston. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When the Angels step up in the 7th, Anderson, Gloss, and Spezio. And the Giants will be forced to go to the bullpen. And it appears that Tim Worrell will be the next pitcher for them. Their 4th of the night. Dunston in no big hurry. Weber was taking too much time for his liking. Now everyone is set. The 1-2 pitch. Got him. Swung on and missed. Struck him out, and that will end the inning. But the Giants add on here with 2 outs in the 6th. They get 2 runs. They did it with 3 hits in the inning, a walk, no errors, and they leave the pair. 6 in the books, Game 5 of the 2002 World Series. Giants have an 8-4 lead on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
I pledge to love and protect my children.
And plastics are here to help from the first heartbeat on an ultrasound monitor, so I could meet my daughter before I ever held her, with safety gates and outlet protectors when I have to hold her back. Even her first trip was nestled in a plastic car seat, helping to bring our new family home safe. How has plastic touched your life? The American Plastics Council. Plastics make it possible.
A lot of cars on the road these days have lost some of the power and performance they had when they were new. If yours is one of them, either from a lot of stop-and-go driving or the occasional use of a lower-quality gasoline, let Techron Concentrate restore lost power and performance. It's unbeatable at cleaning up carbon deposits in combustion chambers, intake valves, and fuel injectors. Techron Concentrate. Add a bottle at your next fill-up and restore performance in just one tankful.
Hi, is this the North Point Oceanographic Institute?
Yes, it is.
And do you have shrimp there?
Yes, the Institute has several species of shrimp.
Okay, well, how much would you say 30 of your shrimp cost?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now, at Red Lobster, you can get 30 delicious shrimp for $9.99. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix and match a whole plate full of savory scampi, shrimp pasta, and golden fried shrimp. Do you have anything like that at the Institute?
No.
30 scrumptious shrimp for $9.99. Now at Red Lobster.
Raise your hands, you got it. Raise your hands, you know it. You feel confident, secure. Raise your hands, you feel dry now. Raise your hands, you know why now.
New Sure Clear Dry, a clear breakthrough in Sure wetness protection. No clear stick keeps you drier longer, so it keeps going as long as you do.
Confident, dry and secure. Raise your hand if you're sure.
Raise it up to 100% Sure protection.
Raise your hand if you're sure.
This is Sean Andre from Hot 92 Jam, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
As we get ready to move to the seventh inning, there's a new pitcher in the ball game for San Francisco. Tim Worrell will take over. Won 3 games in the postseason. This will be his 11th appearance in relief in the playoffs for San Francisco. 3-0, 4.66 ERA. So the first batter up for the Angels will be Garrett Anderson, then Troy Gloss and Scott Spezio. And back with seventh inning play-by-play action, here's Rory Marcus.
Thanks a lot, Terry. Garrett Anderson leads things off against Tim Worrell here in the top of the seventh inning. 8-4 Giants. Garrett Anderson 1 for 3 tonight with a single. Worrell's first pitch to him is high and outside, ball 1. Tim Worrell appeared in 80 games this season. He went 8-2 with a 2.25 earned run average. There's ball 2 to Garrett, inside and low. 2 balls and no strikes. Anderson, Gloss, and Spezio. But Tim Worrell is 3-0 in the postseason. Earned run average 4.66. He's worked 9 2/3 innings, giving up 9 hits, walked 3, struck out 7 this postseason. 2 balls, no strikes to Garrett Anderson. Worrell delivers. Garrett swings and hits a pop fly on the left side. Going out is Bell. He's in foul territory, and he's got it. $42,713, appreciating the efforts of Bell on that one. And with 1 out, it'll bring up Troy Gloss. The Angels had some momentum. They had fought back from 6-0 to 6-4. But the home run by Jeff Kent, a big blow for the Giants, restoring their lead to 4 runs. It's 8-4. 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Giants. 4 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error for the Angels. Troy Gloss hit a bullet off the wall in left for an RBI double last time up. He swings and fouls the first pitch back from Worrell. No balls in the strike. Of course, the Angels feeling the game is shortened because Rob Nen is out there. So if you don't come back in the 7th or 8th, or don't come back all the way, then in comes Nen in the 9th, and your chances aren't very good. Troy Gloss hitting .345 in the postseason, 8 for 20 in the series, a very good .400. And the pitch to him is foul tipped, and that hits Santiago. Strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Spezio on deck. The Giants have 10 home runs in this World Series already, the most ever by a National League team. 0-2 the count to Troy Gloss. Tim Worrell stares in. He's working out of a stretch. The 0-2 pitch. Gloss swings and fouls it away right side. Game 6 will be Saturday. That's at Edison Field in Anaheim. 5 o'clock start. Kevin Apier for the Angels and Russ Ortiz for the Giants. It might be a must-win game for Anaheim. No balls, 2 strikes to Troy Gloss. Here's the stretch and the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball outside and low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Giants 8, Angels 4 in the 7th. 1 out, nobody on for the Angels. The Giants trying to make it 2 out of 3 here at Pac Bell Park. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Gloss swings and misses, strike 3. That's the 9th strikeout by Giant pitchers tonight. And it'll bring up Scott Fizio.
Angels were the best contact hitting club in baseball this season. You mentioned the 9 strikeouts. That's a very high total for this club.
Scott Fizio, 5 for 16 in the series. 0 for 1 tonight. He's walked twice. And he takes a strike. Worrell has come in throwing strikes. .354 in the postseason for Fizio. 0-1 the count to Scott. Worrell delivers, and it's grounded to first base. Snow has a play on it. He goes to the bag himself. The Angels go down very quietly in order in the 7th. So the Angels out 1-2-3 in the 7th inning. I believe we're about to have the singing of God Bless America here for the 7th inning stretch, and indeed we are.
And remove your caps. Here now to perform God Bless America, please welcome Ryan Houston.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
We head to the bottom of the 7th inning. It's 8-4 Giants on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Meineke believes the most important part of your braking system is you, because the feedback your car gives you may signal it's time for new brakes. So if you feel a vibration in your brake pedal or a pulling to one side, do what George Foreman does. Take it to Meineke.
You can always have your brakes checked by the pros at Meineke, and right now you'll get 50% off lifetime pads and shoes.
Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot. 50% off break offer ends November 10th. See participating locations for details.
Federal college loan rates are now at a 37-year low, which means if you currently have a college loan, it's time to refinance and lock in these record low rates. Call 1-800-2-COLLEGE. anytime, 24/7. We'll help you lock in a rate as low as 3.5%. At 1-800-2-COLLEGE, you'll be speaking with a college loan professional within 30 seconds. Lower your payment and lock in a rate as low as 3.5%. 1-800-2-COLLEGE. It's your call.
You're chugging around third, trying to beat the throw home. A few feet away, you slide and stop 3 inches short. Not the best move for you or your back, because right now, it's feeling the pain. And it needs a Thermacare heat wrap. Put one on your sore, aching muscles and get 8 hours of heat for deep down pain relief in your back, neck, or shoulders. Get Thermacare in the pain reliever aisle or a free offer at Thermacare.com. And stock up, because you love to slide no matter how far you get.
I'm Derek Jeter. When I was growing up, my parents and I would go to the schoolyard every weekend and play ball. They teach me how if I practiced and didn't give up, my swing could get better. That if I got in front of the ball and wasn't afraid, I could stop it. But there weren't any shortcuts to becoming a better player. But if I believed in myself, I could do it. Funny, all that time, I thought they were teaching me how to play baseball.
Helping your kids find a dream can help keep them off drugs. This message brought to you by Partnership for a Drug-Free America. Visit us at drugfreeamerica.org.
Hi, this is John and Ken from KFI, and you're listening to the Angels on KLAC.
Into the bottom of the 7th inning, 8-4 Giants. First pitch to J.T. Snow is fouled back from Ben Weber, who was going into his 2nd inning of work. No balls in the strike to J.T., who is 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. The Giants struck early tonight with 3 runs in the first and 3 more in the second. They led 6-0. Here's the 0-1 to Snow. That's outside. The Angels got 3 of their own in the 5th, 1 more in the 6th, and they were right back in it at 6-4. But in the bottom of the 6th, a 2-run home run by Jeff Kent. It's 8-4 Giants here in the bottom of the 7th. And there's a shot back up the middle by Snow, leading off the 7th inning. Hit number 10 for the Giants. Solid single into center, and here is David Bell. David Bell, 1 for 2. He also has an RBI on a bases-loaded walk in the first inning, as Washburn struggled mightily tonight, giving up 6 runs in the first 2 innings. Weber sets and delivers. Bell swings and a broken back ground ball. Foul. Third base side. He's left with just a handle in his hand. No balls, 1 strike to David Bell. The Angels, even if they do not come back in this ball game, know that they have the next 2 scheduled at home, Saturday and Sunday games 6 and 7. And if they can win their home games, they can still win the series. Not that they've given up on this game, but they're down 8-4 in the bottom of the 7th. No balls, 1 strike to Bell. Weber checks first and delivers, and it's taken low for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Shinjo on deck. Weber, the third pitcher for the Angels. Washburn started, then Donnelly, and now Weber. Then looking J.T. Snow back at first. Now he goes into his stretch. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss by Bell. Good sinker from Weber. The count 1-2. The Giants won 1 game of the first 2 in Anaheim. The Angels have won 1 of the first 2 here at Pac Bell Park. The Giants now trying to make it 2 out of 3. 1-2 to Bell. Weber sets. Here he comes, 1-2. And it's low for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Dusty Baker flashing the sign out there. They might be running Snow here with a 2-2 count and a 4-run lead. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bell waiting. Weber checks. Snow doesn't go, and the pitch hits him. Oh, there's a deadly mistake by Weber. That puts runners at first and second with nobody out, and Shinjo at the plate. The Angels will get somebody up in the bullpen. Scott Shields is up for the 3rd time tonight. Shinjo batting, first and second, nobody out. The Giants with a chance to break it wide open. Weber's pitch, Shinjo bunts, third base side foul. The Giants have Snow at second, Bell at first base. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Shinjo is 1 for 5 in the postseason. In the regular season, he hit .238, 9 home runs, 37 runs batted in. 0-1 pitch to him. He's around the bunt, and he gets it down. Weber will field it and throw to Kennedy for the out. But the sacrifice works. And there are runners at second and third with only 1 out. As Kenny Lofton steps in, let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to the Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Susie Orman, weekdays from 1 to 3 p.m.
Fans want to be part of exciting Angels baseball? Get your deposit in now for your 2003 season seats. Angels season seat holders receive incredible savings over game day ticket prices. The same great seats for all Angel home games, VIP card, playoff priority, special events, gifts, and more. And there's a pitch that goes right off of Molina's glove. Weber covering the plate. It bounced back to Molina, and the run does not score. So a wild pitch is averted because the ball bounced right back to Benji off the backstop. Angel season seats for next season. Call 1-888-796-HALO to secure the best seats. That's another pitch that Molina really should have caught. It was not in the dirt. It wasn't that high. Benji never came out of his crouch, but the ball went off his glove to the backstop. Here's the 1-0 to Lofton. Line drive foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out. 2 men on for the Giants. They lead 8-4 here in the 8th inning. One and 1 to Lofton. Weber delivers. The pitch is outside. Ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Aurelia is on deck. Weber in a jam here. The count 2-1. Then delivers to Lofton, and he strokes one into right field. Tim Salmon has to go all the way back to the wall. It's off the wall. 2 runs will score. Lofton at third base with a stand-up triple. Soch is coming out. He's going to make a double switch. The Giants have roughed up Ben Weber to begin putting this ball game away. They lead now 10-4. Scott Shields is coming in to pitch for the Angels. And we'll see what the other switch will be for Anaheim. Looks like Wooten for Spezio. But Kenny Lofton has delivered the 2-run triple with 1 out here in the 7th. It was 6-0. The Angels fought all the way back to 6-4, but now they're down by 6 again. And Scott Shields, who has not appeared in the postseason, is warming up for the Angels. With Lofton at third base and 1 out in the 7th inning. So it would appear when the Angels go back to Anaheim, they're going to need those 2 wins in front of their home crowd at Edison Field. Boy, I'll tell you, that's watching the replay, Darren Baker, Dusty's son, ran out there to the plate at the wrong time. As that Darren J.T. Snow grabbed him, there might have been a play at the plate. The second runner was coming in to score, and the bat boy was out there at the plate.
That was Dusty Baker's son.
Yep. So Scott Shields has loosened up. The batter is Rich Aurelia. The Angels pull the infield in, trying to prevent any more runs from scoring. John Wooten has gone in the game at first base. Double switch here. So Wooten goes into the 9th spot in the batting order. Shields into Spezio's spot. And here's Aurelia. 1 for 4 tonight, singled his last time up. Scott Shields delivers. Aurelia takes it. It's a strike, 0-1.
This is the first time that Shields has pitched since the 27th of September when he started a game. His only start of the year, he started a game against Seattle. He's gone nearly a month without pitching.
No balls, 1 strike to Aurelia. Shields delivers, and it's low and outside. 1-1 the count. Aurelia lined a single off the glove of Troy Gloss last inning. It was a bullet. Troy got his glove on it, but couldn't flag it down. And the next batter, Jeff Kent, hit a 2-run home run. 1 ball and 1 strike to Rich Aurelia. Shields sets. Here's his pitch. Pop fly foul. That's going to go out of play. Kent is on deck here with 1 out. 2 more runs in for the Giants here in the 7th.
Scott Shields is a guy that if he pitches well here the rest of the way, and he's probably going to be in for at least 1 more inning working the 8th, he could be a factor if this World Series goes 7 games. We could see him again if he pitches well tonight.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Good breaking ball. He dropped down to the side, strikes out. Aurelia swinging. So with 2 outs, here is Jeff Kent. Kent hit a home run last time up. It was a big hit. He has scored 3 runs. He has driven in 2. He's 2 for 3. He has a walk and a double as well tonight. Good job by Shields to come in and strike out Aurelia with a runner at third and less than 2 outs. Now he works on Kent, who takes one high and tight, ball 1. One ball and no strike to Jeff Kent. Down the line at third base is Kenny Lofton. Shields 1-0 pitch. Another one up and in, ball 2. Barry Bonds on deck. Two balls, no strikes to Jeff Kent. Shields stares in for the sign, checks third base. Here he comes 2-0, and it's fouled back. The Angels got to within 2, but the Giants have put 4 more of their own on the board. They have 11 hits now to the Angels' 9. Two balls, one strike. Jeff Kent waiting up there as Scott Shields stares in for the sign. Now he's into his stretch. Here he comes 2-1. It's low and inside. Ball 3. He's in danger of walking Kent and pitching to Bonds, or intentionally walking Bonds to load the bases. Bonds is chatting with Peter McGowan, the Giants owner, as he's in the on-deck circle, just looking back over there. Three and one, the count. Shields' pitch is grounded foul into the photog well, third base side. The count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Mentioned Barry Bonds. I believe that's his wife and daughter next to the Giants owner. And he's chatting with all 3 of them right now.
Full count, 3-2. Jeff Kent waits up there. The Giants lead 10-4 with 2 outs here in the 7th inning. Shields goes into his stretch. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Pop fly on the right side, foul territory. Sean Wooten comes over, and he'll run out of room. Back up into the seat. This is another ball game tonight that's stretching into the late hours in the East. We're at about 3 hours and 15 minutes in the 7th inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Shields working out of a stretch, checks third. Here's the 3-2 pitch. I'll drive into deep left field. Anderson won't catch it. Kent has hit him out in back-to-back at-bats. Another 2-run home run for Jeff Kent, and the Giants blow it wide open, 12-4. They have a 2-run triple and a 2-run home run in this inning. Here's Bonds, and he takes low, ball 1. So tonight it's been Jeff Kent swinging the big bat. 1-0 pitch. Bonds looks at a strike. Bonds has had a good night. He has 2 doubles and a walk tonight. The pitch to him, swung on and missed, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Barry Bonds. Scott Shields in his first work in almost a month. He backs off the mound. He wants Benji to go through the signs again. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Giants now have 11 home runs in the first 5 games of the World Series.
Now the 2-2. It's hit right back up the middle. Base hit. Barry Bonds has his 3rd hit of the ball game. And for the Giants, that's 13 hits.
And the Angels had 3 infielders on that right side, and he was still able to bounce it through the right side.
Here's Benito Santiago. So Bonds hasn't hit any outs, but he has 3 hits in the ball game. Santiago waits, Shields delivers, and it's waved at and missed. Good breaking ball, strike 1. The Giants 12, the Angels 4. So it looks like the Angels will need 2 in a row at home. Kevin Apier pitches Saturday against Russ Ortiz for the Giants. Here's the 0-1 pitch, fouled straight back by Santiago, a fastball. The count, no balls, 2 strikes. Santiago walks out of the box. Scott Shields, the 4th pitcher tonight for Anaheim. He's just waiting for Santiago to get back in there. They're not bothering to hold Bonds on with an 8-run lead. 0-2 sidearm breaking ball in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Angels were down 6-0. They fought back. They got it down to 6-4, but then the Giants, 2 in the 6th, and the big 4 here in the 7th. The 1-2 pitch is low and outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Angels will return home tomorrow, and both teams have the day off. Well, the Angels will return home tonight, I should say. Both teams have the day off tomorrow. 2-2 pitch, low and away, ball 3. Meaning that neither team will work out. Of course, it's an off day on the schedule.
This will be the 3rd time in the 5 games in this World Series that the winning team scored double figures in runs at a high-scoring World Series.
The 3-2 to Santiago is grounded to shortstop. Eckstein will go to first base with it and get him. But the Giants get 4 more runs. On 4 hits. No Angel errors, 1 man left. We head to the 8th. It's San Francisco 12, the Angels 4 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Once upon a time, a nice old man who lived in a small town had a beautiful, shiny, red classic custom car. And then one day he hit a fire hydrant. The end. Of course, the car with its acres of chrome is back just the way it was because he had Farmers Insurance.
Farmers, get you back where you belong.
If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, head of customer service for CalFed Bank, here to tell you about Power Days.
Power Days!
Is that really necessary?
Elvis, we've been over this. We need to give this commercial some punch.
Okay, Power Days.
Power Days!
Are paydays. Since it gets pretty busy, we get busy. Our tellers take lunch later, and everyone, including the branch manager, works to help you get through the line quicker.
Power Days! Paydays at CalFed!
I just don't get advertising.
Ooh, this just in.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
So, what do you think?
Your apartment. What'd you do?
Well, ever since I got my Get It Now phone with the color screen from Verizon Wireless, I decided to colorize my entire world.
But a purple and green living room?
With red and blue trim. Introducing full-color entertainment in a phone. Get It Now from Verizon Wireless.
You even painted the curtains.
With Get It Now, you can play games, find events, pick new ringtones, even share photos, all in bright, beautiful color.
Nice touch with the fluorescent orange.
Plus, get the Motorola 720 phone with color LCD display for only $199.99 $39.99 after $100 mail-in trade-in rebate.
Oh, not your golden retriever.
Now it's a Periwinkle Retriever. Get games, get tones, get it now. Get 1,000 anytime mobile-to-mobile and 4,000 night and weekend minutes starting at only $39.99 monthly access. Visit a Verizon Wireless Communications store or call 1-800 to join in.
I hope your landlord's colorblind.
New activation with 2-year agreement required. Activation fee $175 early termination fee. Other charges and restrictions may apply. Service and promotions not available in all areas. Limited time offer while supplies last.
Hi, this is Gary Spears from KISS FM, and you are listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Jim Morrell still in there pitching for the Giants as we head to the 8th inning. San Francisco leading it 12-4. Fans, the Angels will host 2 charity golf tournaments during the month of November. The 24th annual 65 Roses Golf Classic will take place on November 4th, and the inaugural Angels Care Golf Classic on November 18th. Call the Angels Community Relations Office at 714-940-2174 for information. Adam Kennedy leads off the 8th inning against Worrell. Kennedy, then Benji Molina, then the pitcher's spot for the Angels. The Giants have scored 6 runs in the last 2 innings, as they did in the first 2 innings. There's a pitch down low to Kennedy, ball 1. So the Angels actually shut the Giants out in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th innings, but it's what has happened in between. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Kennedy. He takes inside, ball 2. 2 balls, no strike. Kennedy tonight, a ground out, a strikeout, a fly out. 0 for 3. And the 2-0 to him is up high, ball 3. Worrell into his 2nd inning of work. Takes a walk behind the mound, a little bit miffed at himself for falling behind 3-0 after just being given an 8-run lead. You would think Chad Zerbe would be the one to be the winning pitcher. He's pitcher of record right now, as Jason Schmidt did in the last 5 innings. He went 4 2/3, even though they staked him to a 6-0 lead. Washburn's on the hook for the loss. 3-1 to Kennedy. The 3-1 is in there, strike 2. 3-2. You look at statistics, you think, boy, it might be tough for the Angels to win this World Series if Washburn, their ace, goes 0-2. 3-2 pitch, Kennedy fouls it away.
Well, if in fact the Angels lose, and that's looking more and more like it's going to happen here in tonight's game, when you go to a Game 6 in the World Series, the team that has a 3-2 lead generally loses the Game 6, so that works in the Angels' favor. But the problem is when the series stretches into a 7th game, then the team that wins Game 6 normally loses Game 7.
Ground ball down to first base. J.T. Snow runs to the bag for the out. I assume you have some sort of statistical backup for your statement.
I do. We kind of look things up. When a team is leading 3-2 in the World Series, they win Game 6 only 38% of the time.
Okay, so that's the good news for the Angels.
But the bad news is that team that had the 3-2 lead ends up winning the World Series 67% of the time.
Benji Molina up there. He takes a strike. Russ Ortiz will pitch Game 6 for the Giants. Kevin Apier for the Angels. Here's the pitch to Molina. It's fouled back out of play. Sean Wooten's on deck. He moved into the pitcher's spot on that double switch. No balls, 2 strikes to Benji Molina. He's 4 for 15 in the series. That figures out to 267. One out, nobody on base. The Angels trailing at 12-4. Here's the 0-2 to Benji. Line drive into right field, but it's hanging up. Shinjo makes the catch. 2 down. 12 runs is the most the Giants have scored in a World Series game since Game 3 of the 1921 World Series, when they won 13-5 at the Polo Grounds. Sean Wooten getting his first at-bat of the night. Second of the series. He swings and fouls it back. He's 0 for 1 in the series.
First way back then, they were the New York Giants. New York Giants beat the New York Yankees in that World Series 5-3. That's when you had to win 5 games to be World Series champs.
Here's the 0-1 to Wooten. That's low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 out, nobody on here in the top of the 8th inning. 12-4 Giants. The Giants delighting the home crowd tonight. Wooten grounds one back up the middle, and Sean has a World Series base hit. Single into center field for Sean Wooten. For the Angels, that puts them in double figures in the hit column with 10. And David Eckstein stepping in. Eckstein's had a good night. He has 2 singles and a walk. He also has an RBI ground out. He has scored a run tonight. 42,713 here this evening. And the pitch to Eckstein outside and low, ball 1. Wooten at first base with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Giants 12, Angels 4. Eckstein takes the strike.
Well, when we get back to Anaheim, Rory, we're going to need all 44,000 plus at Edison Field on Saturday to wear the red and to be noisy, because the Angels are going to need some support.
I think they'll do it without us telling them.
Yep.
The Angels will be happy to be back home. Pitch down low to Eckstein, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kevin Apier's had a long career. I think he's waited his whole life for a situation like Saturday.
And as long as that career has been, Saturday will be without question the biggest start in his career.
2 balls, 1 strike to Eckstein. Pitch on the way by Worrell. It's fouled back. Coming over is Santiago, and he couldn't quite get it. Ball's out of reach, out of play. And the count 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Angels down by 8 here in the 8th. Eckstein waiting. Worrell working on him. Erstad would be next if Eckstein keeps the inning going. Here he comes, 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Angel batters have struck out 10 times tonight. That's very un-Angel-like. No runs, a hit, and a man left. We go to the bottom of the 8th. San Francisco 12, Anaheim 4 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're listening to Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Hey, what are you doing down here with that soap?
It's Coast Soap, the eye-opener. I'm seeing if I can wake these fools up.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to work.
It's Coast. It's got a refreshing, exhilarating fragrance that'll wake anybody up.
It's a morgue.
A thick, rich lather.
It's a morgue.
Yeah, but have you smelled this? Here, smell this.
Hey! Delightful, but it's a morgue.
Coast Soap isn't for everyone, but if you're listening to this and you're alive, then it's perfect. Coast, the eye-opener. And try new Coast Max with aloe. Coast's maximum deodorant protection with skin conditioning aloe.
Ah, the fall. When there's a nip in the air and autumn leaves change from green to orange, which is nature's way of saying,
change your antifreeze!
But this year, instead of using the green antifreeze, change to orange Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze. It fights corrosion for 5 years or 150,000 miles, up to 5 times longer than conventional antifreeze.
So, listen to those orange leaves. Add more life to your car with Havoline, a Chevron Texaco product.
Oh, this pitch is giving me heartburn. Call the bullpen.
Sure, Coach. Who do you want?
Our best reliever.
You mean...
The one with great taste.
You mean...
I mean extra-strength Rolaids. A recent taste test proves Rolaids has a taste even Tums can't beat. Here, try one.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah, and Rolaids neutralizes 21% more stomach acid than Tums EX. Call 1-800-ROLAIDS for a free sample.
Okay, but who's going to call the bullpen?
You.
Use as directed. Lab tests may not correlate with symptom relief.
History made them famous. Ken Burns makes them real.
Thomas Jefferson embodied a spirit of optimism and a belief in the promise of America's future.
Every Monday, PBS presents a Ken Burns film, hosted by the filmmaker himself. This week, Thomas Jefferson.
Jefferson was, I think, the man of this millennium.
Ken Burns' American Stories, Monday at 9 Eastern on PBS. Check local listings.
Hi, this is Leanna Charlie Tuna from KDIG 104.
And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Pedro Feliz is going to get an at-bat here in the bottom of the eighth inning. Scott Shields' first pitch to him is outside, ball one. So Feliz hitting in the spot where Worrell was. Leads off the eighth. The pitch is outside. Jose Molina has gone in to catch for the Angels, and Alex Ochoa has gone into the game in right field for the Angels. 2-0 to Feliz from Shields, fouled back. 2-1.
Looks like Scott Air will be the pitcher the Giants will go with when we get to the ninth inning, the left-hander.
2 balls, 1 strike to Feliz. Shields winds and delivers 2-1, and it's swung on and missed. This is the first at-bat of the series for Feliz. He hit .253 this year with a couple of home runs. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way from Shields. A high pop fly into shallow right. Coming in is Ochoa. Alex underneath it, and he makes the catch. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Anaheim Angels on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC Los Angeles. Home of Dr. Dina Dell, weekdays from 3 to 4 p.m.
1 out, nobody on. J.T. Snow at the plate for San Francisco. The pitch by Shields up high for a ball, 1-0. Snow had a single and scored a run last time up. He takes a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Giants with 13 base hits in the ball game. The Angels have 10, but the Angels way behind tonight, trailing 12-4. Snow takes outside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Kevin Apier against Russ Ortiz Saturday, 5 o'clock at Edison Field. Here's the 2-1 pitch, a hard hit ball foul, first base side. Snow a little bit out in front of that one. The count goes 2-2. Shields not pitching too badly for somebody who hasn't pitched in almost a month, although he did give up the home run to the red-hot Jeff Kent, who has hit 2 tonight. Two balls and 2 strikes. There's a fastball up high, 3-2. David Bell will be next for the Giants. Shields winds, a 3-2 delivery is lined into right field. J.T. Snow has another hit. Having a good series against his former team. And now David Bell, who has gotten on base 3 different ways. He's walked, he has singled, and he's been hit by a pitch tonight. 1 for 2 officially. Hitting .313 in the postseason, 5 for 15, .333 in the series. Shields delivers, Bell takes, and it's a strike, 0-1. 1 out, 1 on, bottom of the 8th inning. 12-4, San Francisco. Shields delivers, fastball up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. After the 9th inning is concluded, the Giants will be 1 win away from a world championship. The Angels will be 2 wins away. Unless the Angels score a minimum of 8 in the 9th inning. There's a breaking ball in there for a strike. Of course, they've had a couple of 8-run innings in the postseason, and even 1 10-run inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Shields just set the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball foul, third base side.
Mentioned the pitching matchup for Game 6, Apier against Ortiz. Russ Ortiz was knocked around, failing to survive the 2nd inning of his first World Series start against the Angels in Game 2. Dusty Baker was talking about him earlier today and said that he feels that Russ is very grounded. He's a secure young man, and he's our calm leader on the team. Very even keel guy, so Dusty Baker didn't figure that he would be rattled by that bad outing in Game 2.
There's a ground ball foul. There has not been in this World Series what you would consider a great start by a pitcher.
Nothing close to that.
No.
The closest would have been Reeder last night.
Right, and he fell behind 3-0.
Right.
One ball, 2 strikes to David Bell. Shields ready. The 1-2 pitch once again. Slider outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Problem for the Angels in this World Series, they're just not getting enough innings out of their starters. The longest start by an Angel was in Game 1 when Washburn went 5 2/3 innings. No one has gone more than that in a starting role in the World Series for the Angels.
There's a drive hit right back up the middle by Bell. A 1-out single. And the hit parade for the Giants has reached 15. That'll bring up Shinjo. He had a sacrifice bunt his last time up. 0 for 1. Shinjo struck out in the 6th inning. 2 on with 1 out. Shields is ready and delivers, and Shinjo looks at a strike. Breaking ball to start him off with, 0-1. If Shinjo does not hit into a double play, when Lofton comes up, it'll be his 6th plate appearance tonight in 8 innings. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Shinjo might hit into a double play, except it goes right under Gloss's glove. Coming around trying to score is Snow. The throw to the plate, he's safe. Shinjo hit a double play ball, and Gloss waved at it on the way by. It's now 13-4 Giants. The Angels can only hope they're getting everything bad out of their system tonight. Bud Black's going to jog out and talk to Scott Shields. Anderson made a fairly strong throw to the plate, but was not able to get Snow. They ruled that an error, didn't they?
Yep, I believe they did. Well, as hot as the Angels' bats were after the first 3 games of this World Series, just the opposite now. The Giants' bats have really started to heat up.
Still only 1 out here in the 8th inning. The Giants scored 2 in the 6th, 4 in the 7th. They have 1 in the 8th with men at first and second and 1 out. And Kenny Lofton at the plate. Shields' pitch to him is high, ball 1. Lofton a single, a ground out, another ground out, and then a 2-run triple. So he's 3 for 5 as he stands in there. There's another high fastball, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Lofton. Well, the Giant fans might get their wish here in this inning and get Bonds up to the plate again the way it's going. The 2-0 pitch to Lofton. Ground ball to the right side. Kennedy makes a sliding stop. He'll get Lofton at first base. The runners move up to second and third, and with 2 outs, that'll bring up Rich Aurelia. Aurelia singled in the 6th inning. That's been his only hit, but he's hit the ball hard a few times tonight. First 2 times up, Erstad robbed him of hits. But he's only 1 for 5. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Rich Aurelia standing in, hitting .288 in the postseason, 7 for 23 in the series. Shields pitch is hit in the air into left field. Garrett Anderson with his back to the wall. It's a 3-run home run. San Francisco 16, the Angels 4 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Another Giants home run. And as I mentioned a moment ago, the Angels can only hope that everything bad is getting out of their system right now. Here's Jeff Kent. He's homered twice tonight, and he takes a strike, 0-1. 16-4, San Francisco. 16 runs and 16 hits. There's the fastball low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jeff Kent.
All of these runs in this inning are unearned against Shields because of the error by Gloss, but they're still on the board.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. There's a line drive down the left field line. Garrett Anderson moves over. He makes the catch. But the Giants get another 4. Back-to-back 4-run innings. 4 runs on 3 hits. 1 error. Nobody left. We head to the 9th, mercifully for the Angels, with the score, San Francisco 16, the Angels 4. This is Game 5 of the World Series on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Whoa, hear that?
It's the power of the star from Kragen Auto Parts.
And it means great value.
Right now at Kragen, you can buy a 5-gallon portable air tank for only $19.99.
Our new 62-piece air tool kit is incredibly priced at just $99.
And you have to see this one to believe it. A 4-speaker boom stereo system for your car, only $19.99. It handles up to 300 watts of power.
Incredible values, all from Kragen Auto Parts.
The power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Kragen.com.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. When you're a pro like me, you appreciate pros in other fields too. That's why I recommend the Good Guys. They have the best electronic stuff anywhere. Big screen TVs, surround sound, car stereos, digital cameras, you name it. And the Good Guys are total pros. They know as much about electronics as I know about baseball. And just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low price guarantee. So go to goodguys.com for a location near you and tell them Brad Fulmer sent you.
Because today you're in a rush. Because today you're not. Because your kids deserve a treat. Because you should treat yourself. There's billions of reasons that bring people to McDonald's, like our desserts, chocolate-dipped cones, McFlurries, and new hot fudge brownie sundaes. A chocolate brownie topped with soft serve, whipped cream, hot fudge, even a cherry. The new hot fudge brownie sundae. McDonald's. Smile.
At participating McDonald's.
There's only one pickup that's got the right rammunition to get the job done. The Dodge Ram 1500 Quad Cab. 4 full-size doors, a full-size bed, biggest brakes, and largest standard wheels and tires in the class. And now Ram comes with a $1,500 cash allowance and is backed by our 7-year or 70,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. See dealer for a copy of our limited warranty. A deductible applies. Cash allowance offer excludes 2002 models. Brakes, wheels, and tires based on automotive news, full-size pickup, half-ton, light-duty models.
Hey, it's Ryan Seacrest.
And Lisa Fox from Start 98.7.
And you're listening to the Angels in the World Series on KLAC.
The Angels would just as soon forget about this game as we go to the 9th inning, 16-4 Giants. Darren Erstad will lead off against Scott Air. Tom Goodwin's in the game in right field. Shinjo moves over to center. Lofton comes out. Erstad takes the strike. Darren's 1 for 3. He has a sacrifice fly that scored a run as well. All of the runs for the Giants in that inning, the 4 they put up in the 8th, are all unearned runs. Here's the pitch to Erstad. That's in there. Strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. Well, it'll be a new game come Saturday, Game 6 of the World Series. Kevin Apier will pitch for the Angels. And the kid from Lancaster will be opposed by Russ Ortiz, who is from the San Fernando Valley. Born in Encino. No balls, 2 strikes to Darren Erstad. A long night for the Angels. The pitch by Scott Air. Erstad checked his swing. Did he? No, he's out. They appeal it down at third base. And Angel Hernandez said strike 3.
All right, that's the 11th strikeout against the Angels tonight. Very uncharacteristic of this club. Angels have not had many games like this all season long. The times that they've had lopsided games, they've usually been on the winning side of lopsided scores.
I really think the Angels will welcome a day off tomorrow, don't you?
Sure do.
Alex Ochoa at the plate. Air delivers, and it's line foul. That will give the Angels an opportunity to shake this game off even a little bit better.
Oh, a lot of times, Rory, we've seen it so many times in baseball. You have a team put up runs and hits like the Giants are doing tonight, then the next time out they can't buy a runner hit, so maybe that's how it'll play out Saturday.
The Giants have scored 10 runs in the last 3 innings. Ochoa takes outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Gotta wonder how many teams have scored 16 runs, though, in one World Series game. That's a lot of runs.
Here's the 1-1 to Ochoa. It's a fly ball into right field. So Goodwin will get a chance, and he puts it away. With 2 outs in the 9th, here's Garrett Anderson. They've been talking a lot about the ratings being down in the East. Well, it's 12-16 at night in the East. Garrett Anderson at the plate, 1 for 4 tonight. Scott Air sets and delivers. Garrett grounds the ball to second, and that ought to do it. That will do it. The ball game is over, and the San Francisco Giants emphatically win Game 5 of the World Series 16-4. We'll be back in a moment with more on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You're tuned to Angels Baseball on AM 570 KLAC.
Every autumn, Nate Turner embarks on a mission to explain football to women. Patiently, he tries to clarify the West Coast offense and why it's normal for one man to pat another on the fanny. Maybe this season he'll break through.
Think
that's a waste of energy, you should see what your home is doing. Get Great Stuff Insulating Foam Sealant. It fills the cracks where heat and cold air escape. Look for Great Stuff in the red and yellow can anywhere home improvement products are sold.
I've been talking to people who've saved big money using Hotwire to book their travel. So tell us about the hotel you booked through Hotwire.
It was at Miami Beach 4-star hotel for $49. Excellent location, right on the beach, service, all the amenities. It was amazing. South Beach was hopping.
How do you feel about booking a 4-star hotel for $49?
Oh, it's incredible. That's the only way that I can travel that way because I'm not going to spend $200, $300, $400 on a room for one night. I love Hotwire. I really do.
Log on now to Hotwire and take the Hotwire Travel Challenge.
Mom, can I stay up until 3 a.m. and watch TV?
Of course you can, hon. If you brush your teeth first.
That's a bad decision, Cheryl.
We're here at the GM Center for Good Decision Making, where we help ordinary people make good decisions. The toothbrushing was okay.
Partial credit for the toothbrushing.
It's our hope here at the center that when it comes time to buy a used car or truck, people will make the right decision with GM certified used vehicles. Each one gets a 100-plus point inspection, bumper-to-bumper limited warranty, even a 3-day, 150-mile satisfaction guarantee, all from the GM brand you trust. You're the boy.
Mom, can I stay up until 3 a.m. and watch TV?
Of course you can, hon. When you move out.
There you go, Cheryl.
GM certified used vehicles. The right way, the right car.
Now is the time to get a GM certified used vehicle from a participating Chevrolet, Pontiac, Buick, Oldsmobile, or GMC dealer. All qualified buyers can get 2.9% GMAC financing for up to 36 months on 1997 to 2002 Sunfires and Cavaliers. See your dealer for details and take delivery by October 31st, 2002.
Hi, it's Gil Gross. Mornings right here from 5 to 9, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC. Totals on the ball game tonight for the Giants, 16 runs on 16 hits. No errors. For the Angels, 4 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors. Chad Zerbe is the winning pitcher, his first win in the series. Jarrod Washburn, the loser, his second loss. The Angels left 9 men on base. The Giants stranded 8. The attendance tonight, 42,713. And the time of the ball game, another long game, 3 hours and 53 minutes tonight, the official time of game. So the Giants now are 1 win away from the championship, but games 6 and 7 scheduled for Anaheim Saturday and Sunday. Angel fans, get ready. The Angels are going to need you to help try and pull them through Saturday in Game 6, and if there is a Game 7 on Sunday. Giants win tonight, though, pounding the Angels 16-4. We'll be back with Angels Report. That's coming up next on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
Where you get your car fixed reflects on you. People who take their vehicle to an independent service center that installs AC Delco automotive parts are highly intelligent. Oh yes, AC Delco parts meet the highest standards in the industry for just about every vehicle. So get your car taken care of the right way the first time. Go to an independent service center that installs AC Delco parts. If you don't, we'd like to say it reflects well on you, but that would violate the truth in advertising laws. AC Delco, when the right way is the only way.
Print a picture with any Epson stylus photo printer. And thanks to incredible DPI, you'll get extraordinary detail like this. Thanks to superior 6-color photo inks, you'll also get the widest range of true color like this. Now, put it all together and you'll get this. Picture worth 1,000 words. That's yours for just a few notes. Around $99.
Only Epson prints borderless 4x6, 5x7, and 8x10 ready-to-frame photos. See a demo at your nearest retailer and enter the Epson Image Matters sweepstakes. You could win a Caribbean cruise and more. For a demo schedule and sweepstakes rules, visit Epson.com/win.
Look, you don't paint the town fuchsia, do you? Or dream about taking off into the wild brown yonder. That's because color matters, my friends. And that's why Ricoh is one of the fastest-growing color laser printer manufacturers with the hottest printers, including the phenomenal AP3800 system. Ricoh dependability delivers faster, higher-quality color at a greater value. And the competition? Well, they'll be mobbed with envy. Share your ideas in Ricoh color.
Ricoh, dependable, digital.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fly ball deep right center field. Jones a long way to go. He can't get it over his head off the wall. Here comes Downing. He will score the tying run. Here comes Miller. He scores the winning run. The Angels win it 4-3.
This edition of Anaheim Angels Baseball has been brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealer.
Get the feeling. Toyota.
By Craig and Auto Parts.
You can do it. They're here to help.
By Domino's Pizza.
Get the door. It's Domino's.
By Home Depot.
Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
By Southern California Edison.
Where energy conservation is always in season.
By Jack in the Box.
Where they don't make it until you order it.
By United California Bank.
Where being good to you is being good to us.
And by Panda Express.
Real Chinese, real fast.
By AT&T Wireless.
Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless.
And by Wiener Schnitzel.
America's most wanted hot dog.
This is Angels Report. A look at tonight's Angels game with highlights, an interview from the field, and a complete rundown of the Major League scoreboard. Now, let's go back out to the ballpark and join Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
In their last 3 at-bats tonight, the San Francisco Giants scored 10 runs, and they pound the Angels 16-4, the final score. 16 runs, 16 hits, no errors. The Giants left 8. 4 runs, 10 hits, and 2 errors for the Angels. They left 9. Winning pitcher Chad Zerbe, losing pitcher Jarrod Washburn, 42,713 here tonight. The ballgame took 3 hours and 53 minutes to play. Washburn was obviously struggling and didn't have his best stuff early on. In the first inning, the Giants struck first. They scored 3 in the first. The first RBI going to Barry Bonds. He's looking in for his sign from Molina. The stretch by Jarrod, and the 2-1. Change up is ripped down the right field line. It's in there for extra bases. Lofton scores. There goes Kent to third. 1-0 Giants. They pitched to Barry Bonds, and he made him pay with an RBI double. The Giants wound up with 3 in the first, 3 more in the second, and they were ahead 6-0. Then in the 5th inning, the Angels began a comeback. The Angels put 3 of their own on the board as their third baseman, Troy Gloss, delivered a big double.
The pitch. Here's the ball that's drilled into left field down the line, and that ball is off the wall. Being waved around and coming in to score is Salmon. And at second base with a ringing double off the left field wall is Troy Gloss. It's now a 6-3 ball game.
The Angels made it 6-4 in the next inning, but that was as close as the Angels would get. Beginning in the bottom of the 6th, the Giants started pounding the Angel bullpen. Jeff Kent hit 2 home runs tonight. Here's the first one in the 6th.
The pitch. And he lifts one in the air. Hit well in the left field. Anderson is back. And that ball is gone. Boy, that's a backbreaker right there. Big hit right there for the Giants. That was huge.
That was off of Ben Weber. That made it 8-4. In the 7th inning, Kent did it again off of Scott Shields. Shields working out of a stretch, checks third. Here's the 3-2 pitch. I'll drive into deep left field. Anderson won't catch it. Kent has hit him out in back-to-back at-bats. That made it a 12-4 ball game, but the Giants were hot now. They weren't about to stop. Rich Aurelia puts the punctuation mark on the victory. Shields pitch is hit in the air into left field. Garrett Anderson with his back to the wall. It's a 3-run home run. That 3-run home run by Aurelia made it 16-4, and that's the final score. I see Mike Scioscia walking to the interview room, so when we come back, we'll get Scioscia's comments on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Southern California's AM 570 KLAC.
I love the family road trip, all of us together on this big adventure. Thanks to plastics, like in our airbag and seatbelt straps, we're a lot safer on the road. Even our windshield is shadow resistant because of plastic, making a big difference if we ever need it. Because we have many more miles to go and a lot more songs to sing. I put a lot of faith in plastics to help bring my family back home safe.
How does plastic
plastic touched your life. The American Plastics Council. Plastics make it possible.
Jane Austen's Sense and Sensibility. Brought to you by Geico Auto Insurance.
You have good sense, Eleanor.
And you're very sensible, Marianne.
I wish I was married.
Me too.
How is Geico able to guarantee my claim repairs and still save me money?
Doesn't really make sense, does it?
You should know.
Guaranteed claim repairs for as long as you own your car. And you could save 15% on car insurance. Call Geico today at 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO.
Okay, I'm at the age where it seems like I hate my parents. When they say,
We want to know who's going to be there.
and I say, leave me alone! I don't really mean it. Without parental supervision, I'm much more likely to smoke pot myself. So when they say,
we need to know.
and I say, none of your business! I'm really hoping my parents don't try to act like my friends. What I really need is parents.
Talk, know, ask. Parents, we anti-drug. For more information, call 1-800-788-2800. Sponsored by the OMBCP and Partnership for Drug-Free America.
History made them famous. Ken Burns makes them real.
Thomas Jefferson embodied a spirit of optimism and a belief in the promise of America's future.
Every Monday, PBS presents a Ken Burns film, hosted by the filmmaker himself. This week, Thomas Jefferson.
Jefferson was, I think, the man of this millennium.
Ken Burns' American Stories, Monday at 9 Eastern on PBS. Check local listings.
Hi, this is Gary Spears from KISS FM. Go Angels! You're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Let's go right to the interview room now and pick up Angel manager Mike Scioscia.
I don't think so, Bish. I think, those guys are swinging the bat. It's been a little point of concern for us in all the playoffs. Our starters maybe not pitching deep enough or effectively enough in a game. Tonight they went out and jumped on Jarrod. There's no two ways about it. It was more than just Barry, obviously, and it's something we'll need some two solid starts for us to get to be where we want to be.
Who else? Bruce?
Mike, in the course of a regular season, a manager sometimes allows a game to get away because he just doesn't have the pitchers and he has to look forward to the next game. Did that fall into the equation for you tonight?
I think we got along those lines once the game started to get a little bit out of hand. There was no use to see Francisco in that game. There's no use to see Percy in that game. Even Shoney to a certain extent. We wanted to obviously in the middle innings, we were in the game. That's where you saw Donnelly and you saw Weber come in. We thought we had a chance to get back into that game, and unfortunately went the other way with it. But, it's tough to let a guy like Shields, who's done a great job being a rookie, stay out there and get knocked around a little bit. But we really didn't have any other options at that time.
Ken? We're way in the back.
Did you consider when you put in Donnelly? Did you consider a double switch so his turn at bat wouldn't come so quickly, or did you want to limit it to one inning?
We wanted to limit him to one inning, and we felt that we had Brendan in a shorter span today. Webb was fresh. We wanted one inning and then moving on from there.
Okay, in the middle on the aisle there.
Mike, can you talk about Jarrod again? He gave up 4 walks in the first inning, right over here. 3 in a row. He looked a little bit shaky out there. What do you think was going on with him?
I can tell you one thing about Jarrod. It wasn't nerves, because this guy is as cool as they come. He's an incredible competitor. Those guys put some real good at-bats on him. They laid off some pitches. He wasn't able to get the ball really in the zones he wanted to early in the game. And, you pay a price for it. He bounced back after, the first couple innings and pitched well, but, by then it was 6-zip, and we were definitely swimming upstream from there.
Over here. Mike? Different Mike.
Was walking Bonds in the first a consideration?
Yeah, what we were looking at, what I was looking at was I felt good with Jarrod going after Barry, giving him the freedom to pitch a little bit. I think Jarrod, if you're given the opportunity to pitch and make some pitches to hitters, then he usually responds. Obviously, he didn't want to give in to Barry. Took a little off, took a little off a fastball, trying to get it down and get a ground ball, and Barry stayed on it and drove in the right field corner. That's a good piece of hitting. especially, with the matchup coming up with Benito and Reggie behind him. I felt good giving Wash a little leeway, and if he had happened to make some pitches and just missed with him, we would have moved on and taken our chances. He made some decent pitches. Barry laid off them, and then, good piece of hit to stay on that off-speed pitch to hit in the right field corner.
Mike, you're faced with an elimination game on Saturday. How do your approach change, and do you look at it the same way you would look at a Game 7 where everybody's available?
We're going to get everybody that's physically able, definitely on the pitching side, to be available. We have to choose this thing one game at a time. So you still have to look forward if you get by Game 6, where you're going to go in Game 7, obviously. But I think it's a no-brainer. We'll look to get as many guys available on Saturday as we can. In case we do have to go to the pen early, we'll have that option and make sure we have the coverage we need, and we should be able to do that. I think we'll have enough guys to have some options if Kevin gets off to a rough start.
1-1. Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Mike Sochi in the interview room tonight, not showing too much displeasure, at least facially, but obviously he can't be happy about tonight's game. The Giants win at 16-4, but the Angels do have Saturday and Sunday, if necessary, at home at Edison Field. We'll be back in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiac. $60.67 per month for 1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd, a division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now, 888-237-1143.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, head of customer service for CalFed Bank, here to tell you about Power Days.
Power Days!
Is that really necessary?
Elvis, we've been over this. We need to give this commercial some punch.
Okay, Power Days.
Power Days!
Are paydays. Since it gets pretty busy, we get busy. Our tellers take lunch later, and everyone, including the branch manager, works to help you get through the line quicker.
Power Days! Paydays at CalFed!
I just don't get advertising.
Ooh, this just in.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Yeah, Mitsubishi Motors would like to read you the small type on one of our competitors' ads promising 0 payments. Yeah, that little type under their big 0 payments. It says until 2003. Wow, 3 whole months. Big whoop. We give you no payments until 2004. That's right. With Mitsubishi, you get 0 interest plus no payments until 2004. And that's not on just a few models. That's on any new Mitsubishi. Like the award-winning Lancer, the sedan rated the best new car under $16,000 by Kiplinger's Personal Finance magazine. All yours and 0 interest plus no payments until 2004, not 2003. You see, it pays to read the small type. One time I didn't, and it cost me a kidney.
Head to your local Mitsubishi retailer and get on board with 0 interest plus no payments till 2004 on any award-winning Mitsubishi. Hurry, this deal ends soon. Important program and credit restrictions apply. Some customers may not qualify. Excludes Eclipse Spider and Outlander. Visit MitsubishiCars.com or call 1-888-MITSU-2003 for details.
Hi, this is Mark and Kim from the Coast 103 Morning Show.
And you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Well, the Angels fought back once from a 6-0 deficit tonight. They made it a 6-4 ball game, but from that point on, it was all San Francisco. The home run by Jeff Kent that made it 8-4 really seemed to take the wind out of the Angels' sails tonight. Then the Giants put a 4 on the board in the 7th and another 4 up there in the 8th as Kent hit another home run. Aurelia hit a 3-run home run, and the Giants really tore the Angels up in the late innings tonight for a 16-4 victory. It's similar to what the Angels did to the Giants when they had back-to-back 4-run innings in their 10-4 victory. Tonight the Giants do them one better and win it 16-4. But the Angels are going home now. They have tomorrow to kind of lick their wounds and get ready for Game 6. Game 6 will be Kevin Apier against Russ Ortiz. Of course, Edison Field will be filled with red. The Angel fans will be out in numbers, and the Angels will try to put together 2 wins in a row and snatch this thing away from the Giants, who are poised for 1 victory away from the championship. We'll be back with more from Pac Bell Park in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Perhaps you've heard one of these painfully obvious questions. Who's buried in Grant's tomb? Or when was the War of 1812? Well, here's a new brainbuster for you. Which is farther, 30,000 miles or 150,000? If you get to 150,000, you'd be right. It's how long Haviland Extended Life Antifreeze protects your engine against corrosion, up to 5 times longer than conventional antifreeze, leading to the next obvious question, which is better? Add more life to your car with Haviland, a Chevron Texaco product.
You think those fancy hotels are out of your price range? Well, this person thought so too, until he tried Hotwire, the site for a better travel deal.
We used Hotwire to get our hotel in San Francisco, which worked out great. Beautiful hotel for about $95 a night.
How many stars was the hotel?
4-star, definitely. It was a really nice place.
And what do you think you would have paid if you'd booked it elsewhere?
Definitely $250 or more. It was beautiful. I've told a number of my friends to use Hotwire, and deals are great.
Another real Hotwire saving story. Take the Hotwire Travel Challenge and find out how much you can save.
Hello?
Hi, is this the North Point Oceanographic Institute?
Yes, it is.
And do you have shrimp there?
Yes, the Institute has several species of shrimp.
Okay, well, how much would you say 30 of your shrimp cost?
I'm not really sure.
Because right now, at Red Lobster, you can get 30 delicious shrimp for $9.99. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you can mix and match a whole plate full of savory scampi, shrimp pasta, and golden fried shrimp. Do you have anything like that at the Institute?
No.
30 scrumptious shrimp for $9.99. Now at Red Lobster.
Hi, it's Josefa from Hot 92 Jams, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Our coordinator back at our flagship station, KLAC, tonight is Frank LaForelli. The producer-engineer of Angels baseball is Darren Chan. Our next broadcast comes your way Saturday afternoon as the Angels take on the Giants in Game 6 of the 2002 World Series from Edison International Field of Anaheim. Angels warm-up will get underway at 4:30. The first pitch is scheduled for 4:58 p.m. Pacific time. Be sure to stay tuned now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Jeff Witcher filling in for Terry Schmidt as the Halos will be in the air flying back to Anaheim. Jeff Witcher will take your calls at 1-866-570-KLAC. For Terry, I'm Rory Marcus, reminding you once again that Jeff will explain tonight's final score from Pac Bell Park. The Giants 16, the Angels 4. Thanks for listening, everybody. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up.
First at around third, he will score.
It's your chance to call in and get involved with your Anaheim Angels.
1-run score, 2-run score, a third coming in, 3-run double.
Angels Fan Wrap-Up is brought to you by Farmers Insurance. If the unexpected happens, remember, Farmers get you back where you belong. The lines are open now at 1-866-570-KLAC. Call in and talk baseball with your special guest host, Jeff Witcher.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome into a World Series edition of Angels Fan Wrap-Up. I'm Jeff Witcher here on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC. Well, a tough one for the Angels. They really got their butt busted tonight in San Francisco at Pac Bell Park in the fifth game of the 2002 World Series. They held tough early, coming back from a 6-0 deficit to climb as close as 6-4. And then San Francisco in the late innings just ripped the game wide open thanks to Jeff Kent, who found his stroke, a couple of 2-run home runs. Rich Aurelia hit one out, and San Francisco in a lapper, 16-4 over the Angels, for the Giants to take a 3-2 lead in the best-of-7 series. 16 runs on 16 hits, no errors. They stranded 8 base runners. The Angels scored 4 runs on 10 hits, committed 2 errors, and they left 9 runners on base. The winning pitcher, Chad Zerbe in relief. Jarrod Washburn, who started and struggled, giving up 6 runs in the first couple of innings. He took the loss. As we mentioned, home runs for the Giants. Jeff Kent hit 2, and Rich Aurelia hit 1. Jarrod Washburn just did not have it in his start tonight. He lasted 4 innings. He gave up 6 earned runs on 6 hits, walked 5, had 1 strikeout. Donnelly, Weber, Shields followed, and Weber got belted around. He went an inning and a third. He gave up 5 earned runs on 5 hits, walked a man, 2 strikeouts, and gave up a home run. Shields gave up 2 home runs. For San Francisco, Jason Schmidt started. He went 4 2/3. He allowed 3 earned runs on 7 hits. He had 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. And then Zerbe came in, worked 1 inning to pick up the win. He allowed 1 run on 2 hits. And then Rodriguez, Worrell, and Ayer finished up for Dusty Baker's club. Our telephone number, as you heard a moment ago, if you'd like to participate, 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. As you Angel fans know, okay, they're down a game, but the Angels, probably better than any Major League club during this past season, they're able to handle adversity, and they're able to come back. They're a never say die ball club, just as the San Francisco Giants are, and now they've got to let this one get out of their head. Tomorrow is an off day, and then Game 6 is at Edison Field on Saturday, and if there is a Game 7, it would also be at Edison Field on Sunday. So the Angels are going to have to do what they have done best if they're going to win their first World Championship. Again, our telephone number is 1-866-570-KLAC. I want to hear from you. I'm going to take my first break of the night, and when we come back, we'll start taking your phone calls. 1-866-570-KLAC. If you missed the ball game, it was all San Francisco from about the 5th inning on as they whipped the Angels, but good, 16-4, and now lead 3-2 in the 2002 World Series as they come back for Game 6 Saturday to Edison Field in Anaheim. We'll have more of this World Series edition of Angels Fan Wrap-Up in a moment. I'm Jeff Witcher on AM 570 KLAC.
Hey, Stefan, I'm trying to sleep in here. How long are you going to play that harmonica?
A few more minutes, Trey. I promise.
All right, well, I'm hitting the hay. Good night, Stefan. Good night, Stack. Good night, Bo.
Good night, Trey. Good night, Othello. Good night, J-Kid.
Good night, Bo. Good night, Little Penny. Good night, Little Penny. He's at the library studying for his MCAT. Oh, well, good night, Mr. Owlback. Good night, Lucius.
Good night, J-Kid. Good night, Bimbo. Good night, Commissioner Stern.
Good night, Commissioner Stern.
Good night, Lucius. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
ESPN, the new home of the NBA. Wednesday and Friday night, starting October 30th.
MJ. Hey, MJ. Quit going.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Thank you. Did you expect to be censored like that just for saying thank you? No, we're doing that to show that around here things aren't always what you'd expect. That's a good point, thank you. But even that is not as unexpected as the value of a Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan. Curb handling, electronic stability program, dual zone climate control, and 8 airbags, all standard. A 42.6-liter V6 engine, 7-speaker stereo system, and a starting price of only $30,565. Did you expect that? No. Care to take advantage of this opportunity to say something nasty? Yes, but several we need. Well done.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan, which starts at just $30,565, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new that's big on taste and isn't downright boring. Hey, get on the phone, call Domino's. It'll do the trick for sure. New buffalo chicken kickers delivered to your door. Right to your door, man. Tender white meat chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces, in no time they'll be gone. Like the father of our country, I cannot tell a lie. New buffalo chicken kickers, they're begging them to try. Give them a try. pie.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now, when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of Cinesticks free. Add Buffalo Chicken Kickers for $5.99.
New Buffalo Chicken Kickers, yum. Good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. These babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
Hit the door. It's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
Hi, this is John and Ken from KFI, and you're listening to the World Series on KLAC.
Welcome back to a World Series edition of Angels Fan Wrap-Up on a Thursday night here in Southern California. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Jeff Witcher. Glad you could join us here on Talk Radio AM 570 KLAC. The San Francisco Giants, after scoring 3 runs in the first couple of innings and breezing, at least they thought, for a little while, were out in front 6-0 against the Angels and Jarrod Washburn. And then the Angel bats came alive in the 5th. They scored 3 times. They got another one back in the 6th. But then San Francisco scored twice in the bottom of the 6th, and then 4-run innings in both the 7th and the 8th to break the game wide open and win it going away 16-4, and now lead the 2002 World Series 3-2 over the Angels as they head back to Southern California for Saturday's Game 6 at the Big Red Ed. Our telephone number, if you'd like to participate, and I welcome your telephone calls, 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. Want to remind you, Angel fans, on your way into Edison Field for Game 6, be sure to stop by the AM 570 KLAC tent, brought to you by New Era's Authentic Collection World Series caps, available at Edison Field and online at www.neweracaps.com. The KLAC crew will be on hand giving away Angels gear and Monkey Junkie T-shirts courtesy of AnaheimShirts.com. It's from your Angel station, AM 570 KLAC. In fact, tonight, a couple of lucky callers will win Monkey Junkie T-shirts and New Era Angels Clubhouse Collection caps. So you want to make sure you give us a call this evening. With no further ado, let's go out to you on the telephones, out to Anaheim. Jason, you're first up on Angels Fan Wrap-Up on AM 570 KLAC. I'm Jeff Witcher. Good evening.
Good evening, Jeff. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. I would have liked to see the Angels win this ball game, but it was all San Francisco from the 6th inning on.
Hey, Jeff, you know what? The Angels are a good ball club, and to be honest, we don't have to win to be a good ball club.
Well, they've had a magnificent season. There's no question about it. But to a man, the Angels want to be world champions.
Definitely. I just wanted to comment on a couple things about tonight's game.
Okay.
Pretty much, I really think that Washburn and Shields did an outstanding job pitching. I have to just give a lot of credit for the Giants to lay off like some of those balls that were on the outside corners, low and outside or inside. That was just outstanding batting on their end.
Well, you have to give credit to the Giants. There's no question about it. But if you have watched Jarrod Washburn, he was not as sharp as we have been used to Washburn being in some of his ball games. And I don't think that he would say this was one of his better outings. He definitely got roughed up. In fact, he threw just 10 strikes in the first 31 pitches of the ball game, and that's not like Jarrod.
Yeah, I can see that. But at the same time, you have to give a lot of credit to the Giants for not swinging at some of those pitches that are kind of pitches like you're just throwing out of the strike zone and hoping they're going to chase the high cheese or something like that. So I definitely agree with you, but respectfully, I like to, being an Angel fan, I definitely like to give credit to the Giants. And, God bless the Angels. I've been an Angel fan all my life. I see the fireworks shoot over Disneyland every night from my apartment. And, God bless the city and God bless the Angels, the whole organization. I just want them to win a World Series. But even if they don't, I got tremendous respect for this organization. I hope all those other Angel fans and other people out there can appreciate it even if we don't get the championship.
Oh, absolutely, Jason. If this Angel club ends up losing the World Series championship to the San Francisco Giants, there is no way that any of them should be hanging their head.